All right, good evening. It is Monday, March 20th, 2023. The time is 6:02 p.m. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Argyle ISD Board of Trustees. This time we'll determine if a quorum is present.
Leona McDade, present.
Josh Western, present.
Richie Duffenbaugh, present.
Matt Slayton, present.
Craig Hawksworth, present.
I, Sam Slayton, present. We do have a quorum established. The time is still 6:02 p.m. and we will adjourn to executive session. All right, good evening. The time is 7:12 p.m. We have returned from executive session. At this time, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. All right, at this time, we'll have a moment of silence. All right, thank you. All right, at this time, I will entertain a motion to approve action items discussed in closed session.
I move that we approve items discussed in closed session.
All right, Dr. McDade, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Matt Slayton, second. Wyveline, I'm going to recuse myself from this. Thank you. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. All right, we've got a lot of special recognition, Dr. Wright.
We do. We're very excited this evening, first off, to have our Argyle West Choir come and perform. Would you like to tell us a little bit about this group, what grades they are, how they get in this organization?
Absolutely. Is this one?
It's on.
Are you sure? Okay. So this is the Argyle West Harmony Choir. These are comprised of 4th and 5th graders from Argyle West Elementary. They meet once a week after school with me. This is about half of them. Hey, I should have a front line. Yeah, it's backwards. It's okay. It's okay. We're going to sing a song, but first we had a few things.
March is music in our school month. Before we share our song, we want to share 3 reasons we are grateful to have music in Argyle.
I'm grateful to have music in my life because I want to be a singer one day.
I'm grateful for music in our school because I love to sing and it makes me feel happy. I think it is very relaxing and I love to sing my heart out. And if we didn't have music in our school, we wouldn't have our amazing music teacher, Mrs. Lamb.
I am grateful to have music in our schools because it teaches kids that school is not about coming and waiting for the day to be over. It is about having fun and giving a loving, warm, fuzzy harmony day to each other.
This is Oh How Lovely Is the Evening.
Ding dong,
Great job.
Good job.
Awesome.
Good job.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much for coming and sharing your
Thank
talent
you.
with us this evening. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms.
You're
Lamb.
definitely the bright, shining future of middle school and high school choral class, choirs. Next, we have Argyle High School UIL Film State Champions.
Hello, I am Stacy Short, and I'm the coach for our film crew, and this is my assistant coach, Caroline Robertson. She'll probably be taking over the program when I retire in 2024. But just kind of want to throw that out there. Anyway, I wanted to talk just a little bit about these guys, and they each want to tell you just a little bit about their films. This is the most films we've ever had make it to the state level. I think we'd had 3 in the past was the most, and we hit 5 this year, which unofficially that will also make us sweepstakes champion, and pretty sure we'll get some Lone Star points for that as well. We brought in 62 points for the UIL academic team. We also brought in points for the state theater award because it's also part of theater as well. So very, very proud of these guys. They worked really hard. And if you're not familiar, it takes hundreds of hours to create some of these films. And these guys have gone above board this year. I'm so, so proud of them. So I'm going to let each of them just tell you, they're going to introduce themselves and just tell you a little bit about their film. Also, first time we've ever had digital animation make it to the state level. So that's a new thing too. So, all right. You guys want to start?
Hi, I'm Grace May, and I was one of the directors for the digital animation, or one of the digital animations that made it to state.
My name's Jack Myers.
Yeah. So the animation was inspired by the song Dancing with Your Ghost by Sasha Sloan. And when I listen to music and stuff, I see a lot of the images in my head, and so I wanted to make an animation based off of it. So the animation is a story where you see a girl walking through a city, and she's going to pick up flowers, and she's thinking about something, and then you see what she's thinking about, and it's her dancing with her long-lost lover, and they're dancing to their favorite record player. And as the story continues and stuff, towards the end, you see that she is picking up flowers because she's going to to visit her husband in a cemetery. So she's placing the flowers by the gravestone, and then they imagine dancing one more time, and her husband's ghost is there watching her dance alone in the graveyard. So that was the story of the animation that I did.
Awesome.
Nice.
Congrats.
Okay, and I have certificates. Jack Myers certificate. Oh, yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Grace May.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
So I'm Riley Hogg. I did a documentary, and it was over volunteer firefighters. So my grandpa lives in a small town by Lake Texoma, and he's part of a volunteer fire department, and they don't get paid for anything that they do. Like none of them on there. So I just wanted to showcase, people doing kind things for people that they don't even really know. So.
Riley? Huh? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
My name is Colin Orvell. I did traditional animation. I got 3rd place. I want to say this film had definitely taken me a long time when starting it. Months went by on working it, and then towards the end, I definitely had to stay up, 3 a.m., maybe even past that to finish it. But I am really proud of what I was able to do. I am the director, I am the animator, I am the editor, I am everything in between. It was definitely a fun project. For this film, I had made a story about a dad and a daughter. They live in a cabin in the woods, and they're going to visit their mother, which had died, and they buried her in the forest. The two aren't really connected. The mom basically was the the one that connected them both. They don't really have any relationship with each other, but throughout their journey, she gets injured and he helps her fix her wound or heal her wound and all that. And then they start bonding, and that ends with them becoming closer together when they visit her grave. So that's what I had. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your talent. Thank you. Congratulations.
Okay, hi, my name is Ashley Henderson. I'm a senior. I'm the director of Survivor's Pursuit. I got second in documentary at state. This was my first year doing film, and I chose a topic that has never been done before. I chose a topic to raise awareness for sexual assault based on my sister's own personal story when she was a senior in high school. So this was very personal to me, but very important that other people saw this and knew that they were heard and that they weren't alone if they've experienced this. And it took a very long time. It was definitely like mentally draining sometimes, but I'm so proud of what was created and that it has made an impact. You know, I've had multiple people come up to me and tell me that it made a difference in their life, and that's just really incredible. But it's basically about her story, but more importantly, how she overcame it and how she is studying to hopefully join the FBI and help other people who have been through the same thing. So that's my film.
One for digital animation and one for second place
How's it going? My name is Sam Gasaway. I'm the director, editor, and drone operator of my documentary, 6 Minutes for a Lifetime of Honor. So this film really, I used it to highlight the importance of funeral honors in the United States Navy. My dad has served in numerous roles in his 21-year career in the Navy, and one of those being in charge of funeral honors in Manchester, New Hampshire. So I decided to focus my documentary on funeral honors at Joint Reserve Base Fort Worth. This film must have taken me at least 10 hours to film and over 100 hours to edit. And this is my first year in Texas, so being the first 5A state champion at Argyle High School was certainly a surprise. So thank you.
Here, stand up a little bit so the board can get down. We'll find spots.
All right, I'm Coach Morse, wrestling coach. Want to tell you all a little bit about our wrestling season this year. We've been competing in 5A since 2012, 2013, so this is the first year that we've actually been competing in our correct class. There are only two classes of wrestling in Texas, 5A and 6A. We had a very young team this year. We only had one senior, and he was on the boys' team. No seniors on the girls' team. This is only our second year to have a girls' program. The underclassmen stepped up. They competed great this year. We were able to host our district with y'all's support. And the boys team finished third out of 17 5A schools, and the girls finished fourth as a team. We had one boy and one girl district champion and qualified 17 wrestlers to the Region 2 5A meet. That's the most in school history. Of those 17, these two qualified for the state tournament down in Houston at the Berry Center. Dominic Artman qualified as the 126-pound alternate. He's a freshman. He plays second at district, fifth at region, and he finished the season with a record of 24-18. It's only the second year for our girls program, like I said, and we have had a lot of first times with this program, first moments that are going to be able to stand, be able to put on our record board. Lily Doyle was a big part of that. As a freshman last year, Lily had an injury at the beginning of the season that prevented her from wrestling. This year she made up for that and more. She became the first Argyle girl to win an individual tournament at the Eaton tournament in the fall. And then she became the first Argyle girl to qualify for and wrestle in the state wrestling tournament. Lily finished her season as district runner-up, third place at Region 2, and wrestled at the state final with a record of 26-13. I'm so proud of these two and the way they've represented their teams and their school, and look forward to coaching them the next few years.
Congratulations.
Good evening. I'm Daniel Lundy. I'm the swim sponsor. The swim season is not very long because these kids all train outside of school, and we take them to the district meet. So they do all of their training, with their club. We did have 4 swimmers this year, which has grown considerably, considering Reese Andrews, which is our lone junior, has been competing by herself for the last 2 years. So to have 3 other people with her was a breath of fresh air for sure. But first and foremost, at the district meet, we took 4 swimmers. We took freshman TJ Eaton, who competed in the 50 and the 100-yard freestyle, where he finished 8th, picking up points, in the district meet. Then we had another freshman Zoe Bucchio. Zoe, being a freshman, came in and won the district in both the women's 200 IM and also won the district championship in the 100-yard breaststroke. Then we had junior Reese Andrews, who has been competing at 5A for the last 2 years because there wasn't a 4A swimming, and then of course they put 4A swimming in this year, and then we went up to 5A. So she was already used to being in there. But at the same time, she still also competed very well. She competed in the 50 and the 100-yard freestyle. She finished 5th in district. And then she also advanced on to regionals. And then our Sloan senior is Joseph Bernal. Joe was working this evening, so he wasn't able to be here this evening. Out of the 4 that we took, you can see on the screen there, 3 of them advanced on to regionals. At regionals, Reese made the finals and finished 7th in the 100-yard freestyle. She actually also qualified in the 50, but chose to focus on the 100 in the finals, where she set a personal record for the event at 58.73 seconds. And she's already told me next year she's going to state. So we'll hold her to that. And then Joe Bernal made the finals as well. He finished 9th in the 100-yard backstroke, also setting a personal record. We also had Joe's senior night that night at regionals as well. And then Zoe Bucchio came very, very close to automatically qualifying for state. They take the top 2. She finished 3rd, so she was the bronze medalist in the region in both the 100-meter breaststroke and 200 intermediate, both in personal record times of 1:10 and 2:16. So Zoe by herself is both the district champion and the bronze medalist in the region. Thank you for allowing them to go and compete. They look forward to growing the program coming forward to the next year. For those of you who may be interested, okay, the district meets about around January. The regional meet starts in February as well. And so if you have children that are interested, okay, then they're working with their clubs, they just need to get in contact with me, and then we'll get them signed up for the district meet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. Thank you guys.
Congratulations.
We appreciate the hard work that the West Choir and also the high school film, wrestling, and swimming have put in this year. The first year in 5A for the high school. So congratulations to all, and thank you for being here this evening.
All right. Just starting already, Rick? Okay. All right, now we have a public forum. We have two people speaking tonight. First will be Acela Spiegelberg. And then, Ms. Spiegelberg, tonight you've got extra time because only two people signed up, so you've got 5 minutes tonight.
Okay, awesome.
And if you remember from last time you spoke, we can't make any comment or ask any questions, and you'll be given a 1 minute by Mr. Hawksworth over here when you've got 1 minute left.
Okay,
All right,
sounds
the floor
good.
is yours.
I tried to write down some notes because I'm really bad at just talking off the cuff, but essentially I don't want to do any of this stuff, right? Like I have a lot of faith in most of the decisions you guys have made. I've been mostly happy with all of that. I feel like I fell in kind of like a rabbit hole. The whole 10-year plan and all of those things, and the committee, the high school planning committee, just something about it just doesn't strike me right. And there's a lot of people that I have spoken to that have had the same feeling. And one of the biggest issues that I have with the high school planning committee is essentially if there was an issue with it. And then that's why you don't want to present the findings and you don't want to have an open forum on it to discuss it. It just feels like it goes against part of the code of ethics, and I'm going to go through a couple of those things piece by piece. In it, you swore, "I will base my decisions on fact rather than supposition, opinion, or public favor. I will be responsive to the community by seeking its involvement in district affairs and communicating its priorities and concerns. I will encourage expressions of different opinions and listen with an open mind to others' ideas." Before the committee had even completed their, I forget how many sessions it was that they had, there were already people talking about, oh, they were handpicked, oh this, oh that. The few responses that I have received from some of the board members have said something similar. Oh, they didn't present all the facts, or they didn't do this, or they didn't do that. But if that's the case, then why not have that discussion in a public forum? This is what was presented, but this is the information we have. There also seems to be a lack of public debate. You guys do a lot of stuff behind closed doors, and I know that a lot of that is for legal reasons. But we want to know what your opinions are, your differing opinions. We want to have a full accounting of how you're coming to these decisions, and that feels like there's a lack of clarity in that. In the Code of Ethics, you swore, "I'll be accountable to the public by representing district policies, programs, priorities, and progress accurately. I will work to ensure prudent and accountable Oh, no. I will, I'm already off track. I'm so bad at this. This is not my thing. But essentially, people want to know more information, and they shouldn't be reaching out to each of you individually by email to get information. And I know people that have come to me and have said, you're receiving emails? Because I'm not getting any responses. And then I've also spoken to other people in the community that have said, oh, I've had the opportunity to speak to every single board member. And that doesn't feel fair. We shouldn't be reaching out to you individually to find out this information. You guys should be bringing this information to the public in a very clear way. The biggest issue that I have is that in the committee, the high school planning committee, there was a lot of numbers put out. There seems to be a concern with the amount of money that it's going to cost to have 2 independent high schools. Now, yes, maybe we can afford it in 7 years, but in the 10-year plan, you don't even give estimates as to how much this might cost. You don't give estimates as to how you're gonna pay for it. And that seems odd for something that you guys have been working on supposedly for a while. And that's a question that a lot of people have. And I think it's a legitimate question because those are our tax dollars.
You have 1 minute.
Ultimately, there was a survey put out that a lot of the ones that did respond to me said, well, most people, you know, they would rather have a smaller graduation class size. But a majority of people also said that they would like to stay 1 Argyle, 1 mascot. And in that survey, which I actually filled out shortly after I moved here, there was no information about how much any of this would cost and what the cost would be to the individual student. So if we run out of M&O money, if we can't get the bonds passed, what are we gonna have to give up? What programs? Are we gonna have fewer AP classes? Are we going to have to give up those extra choirs, like the one that's going to New York City? The public deserves to know that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, and our last speaker tonight, Mr. Stephen Glickman.
Thanks, Stephen Glickman, 116 Bird Call Lane in Argyle. So I'm not going to beat a dead horse here. So I have a lot of problems with what we call this 10-year plan, and I wouldn't exactly call it a plan. One, there is no cost of service study that has been done for any of these plans. I would recommend that the board engage a consultant to do a detailed cost of service study of each one of these proposed plans for a high school situation. As we know, buying a new school with bond money is only one part of this issue. And the bigger part is that you don't have a way to fund the operations and maintenance of a 2 high school situation. It's just a fact. And I think that voters need to know that if you're gonna go out and bond for a second high school, that you're gonna have to come back to those voters and say, wait a second, we need you to now vote so that we can put teachers and coaches and all of those other things to operate that high school. Because that's the way that our tax system works in Texas. So if you need to go out and do a cost of service study and have a bond election and then a second election to raise the M&O tax rate, you need to be transparent with all the voters on what your plan is. Because right now, you don't have a plan. You have a plan that was done in darkness, called a 10-year plan. You know, it's not what committee supported. It was just done in darkness. I mean, I've worked in government for 15 years and I've never seen a plan come together like that. It's terrible. The last thing I'm going to say is that another thing I've not seen in my 15 years in government work is I've never seen a public official be awarded a contract by the entity that they sit on the board. So we need to do better. We need to have policies that do not allow that. So I would implore the board to not award contracts to sitting board members, family members of theirs, close associates, and let's have policies that restrict that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the consent agenda. If you could pull up donations, please. All right, for the March 2023 donations from Hilltop PTA, we have $12,922 for Hilltop Classroom Reading Inventories. From Argyle Cheerleading Boosters Club, $14,149.49 for high school cheer to purchase cheer mats. Total March donations, $27,071.49. Does anyone have any questions on anything on the consent agenda? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Motion to approve consent agenda.
All right, Mr. Wester, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Hawksworth, second. Any further discussion or questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Okay. Have our construction report, Jeff. You ready? All right. You were halfway. You were halfway standing up, Jeff. Halfway walking here. I didn't know what you wanted. Just trying to do what Liz did last month.
Okay, I got a couple things tonight. I'm going to give you just a brief update on some projects. I think I'll be able to have something with some pictures for you next month on our projects. These aren't very pretty pictures, but we're getting there. So we are continuing to work through on the intermediate renovations. The intermediate itself is just about done. We're waiting on the new flooring to arrive, but all the walls have been painted, so it looks very different already. The kitchen has been demolished, and we're rebuilding that, putting in the new underground plumbing right now, and then we'll be topping that out. New equipment coming here in a couple months. On the admin hall, they are continuing to do all the mechanical rough-in, so our sprinkler piping, all of the conduits, since we're replacing the entire electrical system. So it doesn't change a lot from month to month at this stage, but that's about to change. So that's where I'll start bringing you pictures so you can see some of this progress that we're making over there. We're about to kick off stadium and indoor activity center projects with our architect VLK. Maintenance and transportation renovations, they both started in the last 2 weeks. So we've got most of the demolition done there. And they'll start with the build back on both of those. We had to temporarily relocate maintenance. So they're officing over in the intermediate building right now. And transportation is officing out of the girls' field house. So that's just a brief overview where we're at. We're continuing to work through those things. But I wanted to do a presentation tonight. We sent it to you this afternoon. I don't know if anyone had a chance to see it. But I thought in light of several of the, the recent conversations we had, I'd put this out there and hopefully can answer some questions that you may have. So that's kind of what this is all about. I'd like to, hear questions, get questions, answer them, and, maybe help explain what the processes are with construction procurement.
Jeff, one question about the sixth grade center. I know there's a lot of materials that are outside right now. They've been mounting up over the last week or so. I know there's cameras in the parking lots and around the buildings, but are we feeling secure about the cameras on all those materials outside, specifically outside the art room closest to the cafeteria?
I didn't get a chance to swing by there today, but I suspect what you're seeing is probably the cameras that we've been replacing.
There's a lot of materials outside. I just want to make sure they're secure overnight.
Yes, I mean,
as best
I don't
they
have
can
any
be.
concern for it right now. If it's the new materials, they belong to the contractor. To my knowledge, they're not storing anything out there. That's why I think you may be looking at the old cameras that they've been replacing.
Okay.
Kind of Greg is leading that project more than I am, but they did replace nearly all the cameras at the middle school last week. And then about Wednesday, Thursday, they actually started over at intermediate replacing cameras. So that may be what you're seeing.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions on progress? Okay, so this just try to go through this quick. Ask me questions if you have any, please. This is just kind of general overview on construction procurement for Texas Public Schools. So starting at the beginning with our relevant statutes, There are 7 methods that we're allowed to use for pretty much all purchases that are $50,000 or more, and that's typically going to be construction. So here, according to Texas Education Code, Section 44.031, these are the 7 methods. I'm not going to discuss each one of these, but you'll notice number 5 says a method approved by Texas Government Code, Chapter 2269 for construction. So that's where I'm going to focus. So when we look at construction specifically, there are 6 methods of procurement that we're allowed to use. So in Texas Government Code 2269, the methods that we're allowed to use for construction are competitive bidding, competitive sealed proposals, construction manager agent, construction manager at risk, design build, and job order contracting. You may have heard people refer to JOC contracts, JOC contracts. And just a note, in putting this together, with all the methods except CM agent, because it is not relevant to that particular model, is the code requires that we publish basic information about the project, and they specifically state that we need to publish our project budgets on that. So I know that question has come up several times, and so part of that is mandated by law that we publish that information. So now I just want to specifically target competitive.
The question here, the
Yes.
budget, though, that we are publishing, where does that come from?
That's something that
Because if it's the bond budget,
it
we
could
know
be a
those are
bond
generally
budget.
exaggerated, and so why would we publish that as our budget for a contracting
Well,
perspective?
with the bond budget, what we're publishing is going to be our construction costs with any escalation that we've included based on the timing of that project. So
In
it was not
general-
all in.
In general, would you agree that we need to have a higher budget for a bond proposal?
Oh, I
to
agree.
cover our bases?
Yes,
But
we
what
hope
you're
we're
saying is
covering
the
it,
state
yes.
is mandating that we actually provide that budget then when we go out for contracting.
It doesn't, it says a project budget, not that budget.
Okay, well, that's what I was, that's
Go
what I
back
was
one
asking.
slide, just, can you roll back one?
Sure. So it is not
That's what I was
specifically that
asking.
budget,
If
it's
we have
a
to
budget.
publish that budget, how does that budget get created?
So that budget is typically going to be created with the architect that we use, in this case, for our bond planning on most projects. That's what is going to be published. There are few instances where it is published as a different amount, but that would usually be with our design architect. So in the case Huckabee put together the bond, it could be their number on certain projects. But if Corrigan was the architect on some of those projects, it could be a number that we've collaborated on to come up with as we put that RFQ together, which could be less than that bond budget. I mean, we strive for it to be a realistic budget, but if that is the bond budget, then that's what we publish.
So we've already done this with the stadium and the indoor, right?
Yes.
We've already published the budget.
Well, we've published it as terms of securing architectural services.
Okay, and then what?
It will,
so what-
again, get published when we go to procure our construction services. We will have worked through design, since we're doing the CSP method on that. So throughout the course of that design, we'll be putting together estimates. So hopefully we will have a more realistic construction estimate, not going back and relying on that bond estimate that we had.
Okay, so we didn't publish the bond amounts for those.
No,
Okay, we're refining that budget.
correct. We're defining that budget, or we will be defining that budget. And that's what will be published for that and the indoor activity.
Remember, those are CSP,
Yes.
right? So those are,
But I didn't think it mattered.
well, it does matter
Well-
because they're competing against each other. In the CMAR, you're picking them without consideration for cost.
I was
Correct.
on this note here, it says,
You can give them a budget, but they're still competing against each other. So even if we give them a budget, and I'm not trying to jump ahead, even if you give them a budget in CMAR, we're
Doesn't
picking
matter.
them without consideration for the budget, because all they have to do is come back to you and give them qualifications. Now, I think we can get more stringent in our RFQs for CMAR, but that's the biggest difference there, right? Is they know, CSP knows they're competing against however many people respond, so they know they better work on their margins, they better work on the best price they can, they better value engineer it, they better do all those things. CMAR is not that way. Not that they don't do those things, but at the point that you pick them, it is totally based on qualifications. Right now, the way we do it, there's no cost consideration.
Well, CMAR, to expand on that, we hire them at the beginning of the design process, so they're involved early. So at that point, what we have is a bond budget. So that's what they're looking at when they propose their fees to us, which is usually our step 2. We do the 2-step process. So in step 2, we request fees. That bond budget is what's going to be published during that phase of the RFQ. As CSP, we will design completely before we advertise for those proposals. So they're going to get the estimates that we've prepared along the way, not necessarily the bond budget. So it's all got to do with when we're hiring that contractor. Good?
We'll ask you later.
I see a question. Go on? Okay. No problem.
But one thing we've learned is that the economic environment would also dictate which method we use.
Yes,
We have
absolutely.
used both through the last
Yes,
9 years.
we have.
And a lot of it's been based on the economic environment that we're in.
Especially now, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So first, competitive seal proposal. So just a few general statements. This one is one of the 2 most common methods any school district out there is going to use. We do not select the general contractor until we've fully prepared all the construction documents, so he's not on board during design. This method takes longer to implement because he's not on board early, so that eliminates any possibility of any kind of early packages that we may do. And then the contractor at the end of it is only liable for the quality of those documents. Whatever's on paper and in the specifications, that is all he is liable for once we contract. So anything that did not make it to paper is a risk to us for that additional expense. Just kind of a general statement in that method. So some of the specific, benefits to that, and I picked a few to highlight here, what I felt were some of the more important ones. The selection process is not simply based on price. It's based on qualifications. Price is one of those qualifications. Typically, it's going to be weighted around 50% of their score that we do. But there are a number of other factors that we look at. We ask for references and a package that describes their experience with similar projects in our region. We usually have a category for experience with the district. So firms that have worked with us before will obtain more points in that category. We ask them to submit proposed personnel and their resumes. So we look at the team that they're proposing for a project to try to determine, do we have the best people for the project? Do they have the right experience for this project? Are we going to be able to work well with this team? We look at their financial stability. We get financials from them nearly every time and examine that. We look at claims and lawsuits that they've had to see how that looks. There's just a number of different factors, and they can change. The only thing is, when we issue the RFQ, we have to advertise what the criteria are and how they're going to be scored. So all that information is published before they respond, and then that's how every contractor that submits is evaluated. And that gets turned into their ranking, which kind of leads to some of these other ones, is that this method allows for negotiations prior to award, but it is based on ranking, so the highest ranked proposer, depending on how you structure it, whether it's lowest score, highest score, it doesn't matter, just the best, the way you've ranked them, is the one you can start negotiating with. So you're allowed to negotiate any of the terms, the price. If you realize you left scope out, you need to get it included. They can price that. If it's over, you can work through VE to try to bring the price down. You can do any of those things while you negotiate, but you can only do that with one at a time, starting with the highest ranked. And then, of course, if that does not come together, then you move on to the number 2 ranked, and you go through that process again.
And you can't go back to the first one.
And you cannot go back to the first one.
Okay.
So if you exhaust everybody and don't get anywhere, then you basically start the process over.
But based on the RFQ that you would have for these that you develop the ranking with, you kind of know where they're at on cost basis, et cetera, before trying to negotiate with them.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. Yeah, we generally structure it as a mathematical formula for the price, and a lot of times we'll ask them to submit number of days, calendar days for the project. And that will usually be a mathematical formula with the person proposing the lowest price getting the most points, or the lowest timeline getting the most points for that category, and then everyone else is compared to that. And so they get a percentage, based on that of the points. And that's just kind of the basis of it. Then the evaluation team ranks the other categories as a group.
Can you tell us, what is the rationale for I know it's the way it is, but what is the rationale for only being able to deal with one contractor at a time as opposed to dynamically at the same time?
I would think that's probably simply for transparency sake, to make sure there's not any, games going on. You don't want to be bid shopping. I'm not going to go to the number 2 guy and say, hey, this guy Joe over here, he's going to do it for this. You need to beat that. It eliminates that.
It's become pretty evident that the construction industry has a pretty good lobby.
Pretty good lobbyist. Yeah, I was thinking that's exactly how you'd want to do
It's
it.
like we said all along,
This is not real
never
market.
build our own house.
No, I know, but I'm not sure what is the rationale.
Well, unfortunately, the
Yes,
government
like
can't.
construction guys, they have the control of the law.
This is a very good method for smaller projects, for less complex projects, ones that you can, better and more clearly define the full scope of work without unknowns that you have to account for with contingencies. So this is a very good model for that, where you can accurately and reliably get that on paper so that you're not exposed to that higher risk, when something gets missed and they come back asking for a change order.
And so,
So-
Jeff,
Go ahead, please.
I was just saying, like, on it, so when I understand, generally speaking, CSP with change orders is a big risk. Because you have a
Yes.
set of plans, contractor bids that plan, and then when you get into the construction phase and you go, uh-oh, we have a problem here, now the contractor has you, and you have to do a change order, and they can charge you almost whatever. That's the concern, right?
Correct. And not quite whatever.
But I know.
All the costs get reviewed, and
But-
the contracts always stipulate what their markup is, so they can't just mark it up anything they want.
But on the elementary schools where we're kind of looking, we built one in west, we built another one in south, we're working on 4 now, we got 5 in the horizon. I mean, those are prototypes, right? I mean, we're getting better at that plan and refining those plans. And
Yes.
so would that be a type of project that wouldn't be as complex?
I
Because
would-
we know what has worked and.
Yes, I would agree with the prototype. You get better each time. Should be easier and easier to do a CSP method. And this is kind of jumping to CM at risk. And some of the conversations we have had, I would say that in these times today with our economic situations, that doesn't necessarily apply with our inflation rates and the time you have to take to get from start of design to completion to issue that, and material lead times. I keep bringing those up. Those are still huge things that we're fighting, is inflation and lead times.
And that's why we went CMAR on elementary school 4.
Number 4, and middle school.
Yeah, and middle school.
So, I mean, as of today, that would be the method I still would recommend because of the situation that we're in. If we were in a market, 3-4 years ago, where inflation was pretty much steady, 0.5% per month, and we're doing a prototype, I would say CSP is the way to go.
Yeah, and my frustration just in general is you've told us all the positives, and you will tell us more positives about CMAR, but it's just that at some point, I'd feel more comfortable if we let the market dictate what the price is versus our estimates dictate what the price is. And I think we've handcuffed ourselves to a certain extent, because we're always saying, it's going to be this, it's going to be this. Well, we don't know that. And wouldn't it be great? I mean, this CSP seems to be pretty flexible to me, especially if you have the time, for
Yes.
design, et cetera.
That's
Where we get to review several different contractors and kind of determine then who's going to be our best fit, and then work with them on there. We was talking about risk. CMAR, there's still significant risk if there's a change order. They're not going to keep that in the first budget. So we're going to have to pay for a change order anyway, no matter what group we go with.
There's
Would you
some.
agree?
There's some. I'll talk a little bit more about
Okay.
that when we get into that, but the next slide talks a little bit
Okay.
about what you
Sorry,
said
jump ahead.
for time. No, it's okay. I mean, it's all related.
Yeah.
If you have plenty of time, CSP is also a good method. When you have less time, it's not so good because you cannot accelerate those things by phasing certain contracts and starting before design is finished or ordering materials early. So that time is, when you have more time, this is a better method. If you have less time, it's not as good. So here's some of the limitations with this method. Our GC would not be involved during the design process. So again, we're crossing over into CM, but in that method, they're hired early, so they act as a consultant for us. So we're getting the input of constructability reviews, estimating services, things like that. In this method, if we want estimates, say 2 or 3, we have to hire an outside estimator. They're not as in touch with the real world cost as a CM that's in the market building the stuff. You're going to pay considerable amount for each estimate. So if you want 3 estimates on a project, you could be easily talking $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 on an elementary school to get 3 estimates over the course of design of that project. Here's where we talk about time. It's not the most beneficial. If you have tight schedules, which we're faced with a lot, for a lot of different reasons, the fast growth and just trying to keep pace and all of that. So this method is not as suited to go that fast because it just takes more time to get from A to B. It does not allow for that fast track construction or early release of certain materials that take well over a year to get. The next item, longer transition time, is again kind of related to time. It takes longer once you've issued that CSP, received the bids, evaluated. I bring it to you for recommendation. That's a couple of month process to do that and get him signed up with a contract to try to get him started on that project. So it takes a little bit more time there just to transition into construction. And then it's got a little bit higher risk to us as the owner, again, because of what's on paper is all they're liable for. So if it didn't make to the documents, then that's going to be a change order that we see.
So that'll happen in CMAR also, right?
It can.
Yeah.
But we have contingencies that we build up at the front, and I'll talk about that a little bit more.
Prepaying for those.
Kind of prepaying for it, buffering that. But at the end of the day, we get the savings from that we don't spend. Here, we would not.
But a CSP, go ahead. The CSP, doesn't have a contingency in the budget?
We will usually put a contingency in all the projects.
Okay, so it doesn't.
CM contracts generally have at least 2 contingencies, 2 different ones, one for the contractor's use, one for our use. And then there's certain things that we may put in there as different contingencies or allowances. If we haven't had a permit issued and the city's still reviewing it, we might put in a number on either project, either scenario, to allow for certain comments that the city may make about the plans which cause changes. So there are contingencies and allowances in both.
So in our specific case, with a prototype design that has been built over and over, as well as with a long lead time, let's say for elementary 5,
Mm-hmm.
that kind of negates all these issues, doesn't it, with the CSP?
Should help.
It helps having time to build elementary 5, if I understood correctly, because we have more time, but we're fighting the inflation. So that's the discussion that we've got to have, is what's the inflation going to be versus, getting it started and trying to order, a bulk package of electrical equipment. Maybe we can order the middle school and the elementary school together to generate more savings for both projects. So those are all things that we have to factor in and think about and try to evaluate and put numbers to see if that's the right decision.
So with regard to the higher risk and something not being included in the DDs, why is that on? I get that ultimately we have to pay for at least a portion of that. Why is that not on the architect? We paid the architect to design this building. They designed it this is the 4th time.
Mm-hmm.
So why is that not on them?
This
question applies to both CMAR and this.
There are situations where we have gone back to the architect and will in the future, I'm sure, to ask them to pay for certain things that were missed that just absolutely should not have been missed. But there are also situations where it's something that's not in the documents. We haven't paid for it because it wasn't bid. That's kind of the argument. But if we have a room with no air conditioning and it should have had ducts to it and they didn't draw the duct, you know, that's a specific example I can think of. We went back and the engineer covered the cost of that duct.
In either model?
That's in either model.
Yeah. 'Cause I think what Richie was saying is a good point. You know, once you've done it a couple times and you figure out the mistakes, there's a less chance that
Yes.
you know what I mean?
There should be less and less.
But I don't think that's why they're recommending, he recommended CSP, or excuse me, CMAR is more about lead time.
Yeah, that's right. I know.
It's more about
It's
economics
situational.
currently, right?
It's on what the climate is.
So next, construction manager at risk, again, go through a general concept, benefits and limitations. So in this method, we hire a construction manager as early in the process as possible to help him or have him work with us and help us throughout design, acting as our consultant. So he'll be looking at constructability, providing input on certain systems or ways of building, materials, what's available, what's not available these days, and of course preparing estimates. They often charge a pre-construction fee, which is usually minimal in the big picture, and especially if you can compare that to, say, 3 estimates from an outside estimator. I think you'll find that a pre-construction services fee is probably going to be cheaper every time than even just 3 estimates from a professional estimating service. This method allows commencement of work to start earlier. We might be able to release a package of site grading and site utilities before the building is completely designed, so we can get that started. That just gets us a little bit ahead as far as on the back end, so that we're not crunched for time as we're trying to finish. Since the guaranteed maximum price is set prior to completion of design, typically, there is some assumed risk for the contractor, and that's where some of the contingencies come in, is there will be a contractor contingency. But that money, of course, we agree upon what that is and allow that in there. That's for their use, and that would cover these certain scope gaps and things. So if he knew we were going to have a certain element in the construction, I can't think of the plunge pool. If he knew we were going to have the plunge pool in the field house training room, but he didn't include it in his estimate, it would come from that contingency fund. So at the end of the day, if he uses all that and we're still short on scope that he knew we had in the project, that's where his risk comes in. We don't pay any more than that guaranteed maximum amount. Contracts have been structured 2 different ways in CM at risk. Some is they can use it with your approval, and the other way is kind of opposite of that, is they can use it unless you object. I've seen them structured both ways. I think it's typically unless you object is the current edition of AIA. But that's one thing on the slides coming up, is that we've got to watch that and monitor it very closely, those contingencies.
Can you explain to me who's involved in coming up with the guaranteed maximum price?
That would be the architect, the construction manager, and the owner. You know, so in our case, that would involve me. It would involve Dr. Wright, Tommy, Liz, the whole team of us that meet weekly and review all of these things.
And agree on what that price is going to be.
And agree on what those are going to be. The contractor, prepares the budgets like you've seen. So in Elementary 4, you've seen his estimate on what that's going to cost. He's already prepared a second estimate that he's provided, and we've sat down, we've discussed it, and that's what we do each time. And then before we agree on the GMP, we sit down and we have that meeting. We're looking through the subcontractors, oh yeah, we had a bad experience with this one, we like that one. We get a little bit of input there. And then we all collectively put that together and agree on what that number will be. Some of the benefits of this method. Again, very similar. CSP fees are only one factor that we consider. This is not project cost. This is simply their profit fee. We usually get their insurance fees and some personnel costs, some general conditions on their personnel, their staffing costs. And we can always change, add to, subtract from, but it's not based on construction costs, the fees that they present, because it's at the beginning of the project. We also look at the same type criteria that I mentioned earlier, and we score that, rank it, kind of the same process. You identify the highest ranked proposer, then you negotiate with him. If that fails, you move on to number 2.
I thought they gave us percentages. Do they not?
They do, like for their profit
You said
fee.
it's not based on the job.
That's where it's gonna be based on the bond budget.
Right,
They're
so
gonna have
in
a
the
bond
general
budget, they're gonna
conditions-
propose to me, say, 1.75% fee for their profit and overhead. But all we're looking at is 1.75%. That'll be of the final
Okay.
construction
I just thought
cost
you
that
said
we
it-
don't yet know.
It wasn't based on the construction cost.
Correct. So a benefit that we've already talked some through is that the CM will provide the constructability reviews, schedule reviews, schedule preparation, estimates, all throughout the process, typically for a minimal fee. I've seen in days past, it's been zero for pre-construction. It's probably not uncommon to see, say, $35,000 as a fee on an elementary school project, which is probably far less than the cost of, like I said, 3 estimates using the other method. It's got reduced overall risk to the owner as far as change orders, but kind of as you expressed, we're kind of putting that cost up front and saying this is what it's for. So we're kind of paying up front instead of hoping on the back end.
But it's not knowing the cost up front before you pick the CMAR partner.
Correct. You do not know the
So
cost before picking the
It's
CMAR.
after you've picked them.
Yes.
Then they come up with the cost.
Yes.
And that contingency money, is that included in the GMP?
That is always included in the GMP.
Okay.
So you keep talking about, or you mentioned a couple of times, the fact that by using the construction manager's estimator, we're gonna save money versus having our own estimators in place. What kind of dollar figure are we talking about? How much money are we gonna save on estimating by having the CMAR do that versus having 3 independent estimators involved?
That's hard to say because the estimator's fee is going to be based on the project.
Right,
I know we have paid for some recently on much smaller projects, and I know it was approaching $10,000 for a $3 million project. So if I'm asking him to estimate the $30 or $40 million elementary, that cost is going to be significantly higher.
So let's say it's, and I'm playing devil's advocate here because I so want to understand this system and make it common sense. If we had 3 estimators at $30,000 each, so we spend $100,000 on estimators, but then we have a legitimate estimate for price of a $100 million building. To me, that's a good value for the money because we could save tens of millions potentially on a better estimate of price. That's the thing that just frustrates me about this system is that you describe who is building the estimate. Well, it's architects and the construction manager and then you all, but the architects and the construction manager are absolutely incentivized to have a higher build cost. That's just how it works. And
Well,
so it's like, the old saying of the fox in the chicken coop.
I would say it looks that way, but I don't agree with it working that way. They are a team with us. It's their job, to get us a project in budget. If we get a project that's not in budget, we're not going to build it. Guess what? They don't get paid. So I don't believe, I absolutely do not believe it works that way. Yes, it looks that way, but that is not how it works.
Well, I think we've fixed one of those, right? We may not like the cost overall, but we fixed the architect piece of that by making it a fixed cost. We still may not like the cost. I'm not
True.
saying that, but
Amen.
we've at least eliminated that part. So I'm sorry, I have one other question. So I was talking with one of the gentlemen on the bond oversight committee about CMAR. He's in this world, in this field. He is 100% sold on CMAR being the absolute best process there is to use for procurement. However, he did tell me that when he bids CMAR jobs, they include 30% design docs at that stage. And so he's already being asked to give a price at that stage, and it's 100% considered in the RFQ. It goes out in the RFQ. So now when the RFQ comes back, to Mr. Deffenbaugh's point, we're getting, here's the 4 people that responded, here's the people we're grading, and they've given us a estimated cost to build this building before we ever select them. That's part of our RFQ. And he said, I said, well, is that legal? Because I know we've talked about the rules of this road. But he said it's 100% legal.
Absolutely, that'd be legal.
So
what we lose there, I'm just facts, what we don't gain is having him involved in the first 30%, which could be some of the most critical when you're making those initial decisions on what type of foundation am I going to use, what kind of mechanical system am I going to use. If we find out at 30% or later,
As much as we're paying these guys back
then
here,
it's going to be
they
more
ought to
difficult
know.
to change.
I'm sorry, but we pay these
Well,
guys back here a lot of money, and they've done a good job.
They do know a lot of things.
That's right.
But they are not the experts at
They're
that.
right, but it helps us make a better decision, right? We have people coming up here asking us why we're doing this, why we're doing that, and there are a lot of decisions that happen behind closed doors, and this is some of them, right? And if we're going to pick, we can't keep picking some of these folks without knowing the cost. And I didn't know we were allowed to do that, because I've always been told you have to select them based on this.
So I don't know
That's
what
magic
level of
bullet.
documents we had.
Is it?
Did we have any documents? I don't know those.
Oh, I don't think so, but I'm like I said, I'm
But
just
yes,
now
we can.
learning that we could be doing that.
Yes.
Does that make sense going forward to do that? I think
Especially on a school we've designed 4 times.
Well, correct. I would agree. We're not going to change a foundation system, probably. We're not going to change a mechanical
I know,
system.
but the whole thing's designed too, is my point, right? I don't need 30%. I can
Right.
give them 100%.
Practically.
99
I agree.
at least, right, Keith?
That's absolutely something we can consider. Absolutely.
I like that, Echo.
Especially on a prototype.
You know
That's
I'm
even
gonna
easier.
call on you.
Keith is saying yes, so he doesn't have to walk up to the
We didn't do that on ES4, right?
We did not do that on ES4.
Okay.
But
We can do that on ES5.
We could.
Or anything.
Or anything.
Or
going
anything.
Well, I mean,
forward.
we don't
going
have the
forward.
design for the middle school.
me, that's
Right, but you can, at that point,
hybrid.
you can give them 30%. Yes, the contractor's not involved from 0 forward, but these guys do schools all day long. That's why we're partnered with them. They've done great schools here. We have to lean on them. They're the experts.
That's an interesting hybrid approach.
Keith, have you all done
Trying to
that?
do that.
With,
You haven't, or Corrigan hasn't?
I personally have not.
Okay.
I'd have to ask Corrigan and stuff.
Okay.
With CMR, the only thing I think the
Yeah, come
reason
up here.
is because of the timing. Like Jeff said, a CMR partner typically comes in at schematic design or DD with that approach of 30%. We're talking, coming in
So when
a
you
month
call
or
it
two
DD,
as opposed to 6 months.
But when you're saying DD, you're talking about 0, step 1? You're not talking about anything down the road?
Sorry.
When you said that the CMAR comes in at DD, right? They're coming in
Yes.
at the beginning of that?
They're coming in very early, typically, when we see that process.
Okay.
But not the same.
Design development.
Design development.
I'm talking
Yeah.
about design documents.
Design documents.
What you're referring to is what we term CDs.
Construction.
Sorry. See, I tried to be fancy and I lost.
Yeah. So I think that's the main
Not a
reason,
C.
is just the timing of it. It would be a construction manager coming in later in the process.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's not, it's doable. It's just.
I
they would
think
come
we
in a
just,
little bit
we
later
need to
in the process.
investigate it, because one of the board's concerns in the 9 years I've been doing this has always been one of these topics, right? Is that none of us would build a house the way that school districts are required to build a school. We wouldn't. We talk about price. What are you gonna charge me to build this house? And the way we do it, we're not allowed to ask that question. So now if we can get RFQ responses that give us a pretty solid estimate of what that's gonna cost, I think we gotta look at it.
Sure.
It enhances our interview.
Absolutely, we could.
Huh?
It enhances the interview process completely.
So,
Don't need the interview. Just give us a price.
Like Jeff, that's part of the mathematical equation.
Yes,
in the
we
interview.
can.
So is that, I mean, not to put you on the spot, but is that something you're, like Mr. Hawksworth said, look into more and consider?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's certainly easy enough to implement. I mean, and I have no problem going that direction. It's a great hybrid type of scenario to kind of get both halves of it. And my only concern would be, that we're coming in maybe too late. If we have to make some changes, it could make that take a little bit longer, be a little more difficult, but it may not. It's just a possibility.
Hybrid actually makes the CMAR more advantageous.
To me, it makes it more attractive.
Because it makes it act like you get the best of both worlds almost.
Sure, I see that.
Yeah.
So just one more thing about the estimating. You said spend $100,000 on estimates to save money on the other end. The professional estimator kind of like a CSP general contractor, he's gonna give us a price for what's on paper. He's not there throughout the design. He doesn't know what we desire. So even with that, we're only gonna get an estimate of what's on that paper. If he left something out, it won't be in there. If he misunderstood something, he might have too much cost in there. So even that's not a guarantee that we're gonna recognize that savings in that manner. So CMAR has reduced risk to the owner, but that's because we build it in the front like we talked about with our contingency. So we kind of agree up front, this is the most we'll pay, but the back end of that is by monitoring that and spending that wisely, any savings that we have all get returned to the owner. It all comes back to us, what we don't spend. But up front, it can look more expensive because of those contingencies. We get input in the subcontractor selection process. So again, once they've bid that to the subcontracting world, and that's where we get our competitive bidding in the market, is all of the subcontracts. The CM typically performs little or no work, so we're getting the competitive bidding at the subcontractor level. But we get to have input as we review that to create that GMP. And if we've had a bad experience, on 3 jobs with the same plumber, we can say, hey, he hasn't done good on any of these 3 jobs for us. We really don't want him here. Let's talk about your next guy. And we're involved in that decision-making process. It's not just the GC saying, this is my price, these are the guys I'm going to use, you don't get a say. So we get that input. It helps with quality. So we can hopefully get better quality projects. And again, this method would allow for earlier start with being able to fast track phase construction or order long lead materials earlier. Some of the limitations, you need a highly qualified CMAR to make this work very well. So that's where we go through the evaluation process. I'm going to say very few, if any, are not qualified that are going to submit on the projects that we have, but this is why we go through the evaluations, because we're looking for the best qualified CM at risk, or CMR, so we can make this method work for us the best. It is critical to have a clear definition of those contingencies, how and when they can be spent, to monitor those, to make sure they're not being spent on things that they're not intended to be spent for, so that we can generate that maximum amount of savings that will come back at the end of the project. And then, of course, as I just mentioned a few minutes ago, due to those built-in contingencies, often this looks like a more expensive method, but you're kind of agreeing up front, I'll pay this much. If it goes over, we pay no more. But if we're able to do better and save along the way, that will return to us.
And if that number is over the bond amount, we cannot move forward at that point, right? At the very
Correct.
beginning. So, I mean, we like to compare it to our building a house and that stuff, but at the end of the day, for the district, that is the single biggest issue. That we know, what are we gonna do when it goes over the bond? And so, I think out of all the different things we compare, at the end of the day, that has to be at the top of the list. And then we work hard to save money where we can, but the district is in a real squeeze if this project goes over the amount of money. It's not like in our house, we go work harder. The bond is the bond money.
Right.
And so out of all the things that we consider, at the end of the day, being whatever the district can do to be sure that we know that we have the money to pay for it, it's got to be the top of our considerations.
Correct, absolutely. And that's what we strive to do throughout the design with a CMAR, is to design it to that budget so that it comes in within or under, at or under that budget.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to have one come in without knowing and it comes in over budget, and then we have to go back and see where we can shave and save, and that's not the best way to do it. We don't get the best value for our dollar when we're deleting things after it's already been bid.
I mean, the place to try to save money really is at the beginning with the architect when we design the bond amount. That's the place where we really want to focus on the dollars. And then when we get into construction, we need to make sure that the construction is not going to cost more than the money saving math part of it really needs to be at the very early part with the engineer when we're setting the bond amount. Actually, by the time we get to the construction, it's almost a little bit too little too late, maybe,
Yeah, we're not in control of that.
Yeah. Right.
If costs increase 30%, which a lot of them have, we're not in control of that.
I understand, but again, that can be true through the process too, and that's why I like
But
this.
to your point, the money is the money.
Taking me to where we are today, we've picked CMAR for ES4. We've selected our project manager, right?
Yes,
And who is that?
that's Pogue Construction.
Okay, which is the same contractor that did
They did South.
Okay, and we've set a guaranteed maximum price?
We have not yet.
Have not. We're in the process of doing that, and I've already seen it.
Correct.
I've seen an amendment to that.
You've seen one amendment to that, which, locks us in for that amount, which was $9.8 million, I believe, for that certain scope that we had included.
Okay, so our bond for ES4 was 39 million, basically 39.5 million,
All in.
all in.
Yes.
Our,
And our construction costs are coming in at or greater than that right now.
and so we haven't set the guaranteed maximum price yet.
No, we have not. We
And
just
so when
received
I go-
75% CDs.
And so when I get to the guaranteed maximum price point, I'm gonna have, if it's over the bond amount,
Right.
what am I doing?
That's when we have to figure out what we're gonna do,
Okay.
Are we able to get it in budget? Is it
Reduce
over?
square
Do we have
footage?
places we can get the funds for? And, we kind of went through some of that. We think there's still gonna be some 2017 savings. Some things are making that a little more difficult. We're already working on the VE options, the value engineering cost-saving options. So we're gonna try to issue that as, as light as we can.
When's that
So that we don't
conversation?
have to do it after the fact.
No, but ultimately, you have to do it now, right? You're gonna
We're-
ultimately settle on a price that's under our bond amount, one way or another. We're not gonna agree to a price that's above our bond money. How could we?
I mean, I guess you're just saying then we're gonna save bond money elsewhere.
Well, we're gonna strive to get there. I'm
Strive.
not saying
We
we
have
will
to.
get there.
We have
At the end of the day, we're gonna have to present something, and if that does not get approved, then we'll have to go back and, work it again.
Can you give me a heads up?
Square footage is the first place to go, but we
Right.
can't cut square footage. That's gonna save us the most money, but we know we can't.
When am I gonna be seeing the guaranteed maximum price on that?
The
facility?
guaranteed maximum price should be coming in, I would think we're probably looking at that in May. Would that sound about right to you? Or at least getting very, very close at that point, probably releasing it for
It'd be
subcontractors.
interesting because Pogue built South as a CSP procurement method, right?
Yes.
So it's gonna be interesting to compare those two. Right, with what they're, and I get inflation, I get all that, right? And it's gone higher than we all projected in the bond, I understand all that.
Yes.
But that's gonna be our test case, right? Because we have the same contractor building the same school, one under CSP and one under CMAR.
But I'm not quite sure how we evaluate that,
Why? Money.
because it's gonna cost more. Because
I'm
we've
gonna
had-
back, I'm gonna
You
back
can
out
back
the
inflation
inflation.
out.
If I back out the inflation, it better be really close to that.
We're gonna do our
cost.
best, yeah. I mean, that's all I'm saying, is it's not gonna be exact comparison.
Straight up, sure.
I think what you're hearing though is, in order, we're always under time crunch, right?
We
gotta
are.
Get this thing started, we should have already had it started, all those things. And when you're sitting down and you're working through what that GMAX is, if it's gonna put us over budget, gotta keep looking, because we can't do it.
Material or whatever we can do. Yeah.
I mean, even if we use savings from other bonds, we're setting a precedent moving forward that, hey,
That's a
just
bad
go
habit.
over and we'll figure out where, we'll find the money somewhere else. We can't do that.
Well, all I'm saying is based on the numbers we've got, it's over enough that that's not just a little bit of savings on this and that. And, I mean, it's gonna be very difficult because of the inflation. We did not carry enough of that in those bond budgets. Inflation
And by the
outpaced
way, I've seen it.
what we factored in.
Every district that passed a bond in May is seeing the same thing.
So,
I was gonna say,
not just
because we
us.
put in a cushion above what the bond committee said for inflation, but inflation has gone so rampant
Yeah, we didn't
that
put 30%
Well, it was-
inflation.
we're getting caught, but
We
so
put-
is every
Correct.
We
district.
did have
That's correct.
escalation in there.
Yeah.
we did.
Yeah.
So here, just on one slide, I kind of did a comparison, some bullet points. I'm not going to go through this because I think we've probably talked about pretty much all these points already, but if you have any questions, please let me know. We've talked about this. CSP, we hire the contractor after design documents are completed. They don't have any knowledge of what our intentions or desires were. They don't give us any input along the way to help guide us to where we're looking to be. CM at Risk comes in early, acts as that consultant, and helps guide us to where we're looking to be, and hopefully on time, on budget. And then I gave you just some projects that we've done, both methods. I went back as far as I knew without having to go to files. There could be, I don't know if it's CSP or CMAR for Hilltop, Boys Field House, those kind of things. So did not go back that far, but we've used both methods. Maybe a little more CMAR than CSP, but it's pretty close to 50-50 at this point.
Have we chosen the middle school contract?
CM, no, we have not. We're putting the RFQ together now. We've put the procurement method out, we've approved that, and we're working to put that RFQ, which will solicit those CM responses now.
So we just need to talk about that.
Will you add that financial aspect?
Well, let's talk about it, right? I mean, I think it needs to be in there, and I don't know it all. I know you know how to do it, but I talked to Scott Pitt about it, so I'll connect you with it.
Yeah, I know Scott. So, any questions, any more questions?
Just
at this point?
I'm so glad we have you on this with all
you.
of this build coming up. I know we're frustrated to you, but your experience
not at all.
and you're handling all this, thank you. It's
You're welcome.
Well, I remember when we started this before, you were helping us, and I agree.
Oh, yeah.
I agree. You've been a real asset, Jeff, for sure.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Your report, Dr. Wright.
Okay. I want to begin by saying that the Cross Timbers Gazette is going to host a candidate forum at Argyle High School at the auditorium at 6:30 on the 5th of April. And Bob Weir will be the moderator again. I want to point out that this is not an Argyle ISD event, but it's a Cross Timbers Gazette event. But I would encourage everyone who's here and everyone who's on live stream to attend that event at 6:30 on April the 5th. We're very pleased at the high school this year with the way that our latest pathway has gone. We did add a law enforcement pathway this year. The piece of that we've added is actually called law enforcement. It's under the Law and Public Service Career Cluster. It's been very well received. We're teaching 2 classes of principals right now, as well as forensic science. And we do have students who have requested in the course selection process Law Enforcement 1 for next year. So that addition of that pathway has gone extremely well. We have another pathway for the 23-24 school year that students have signed up for. They go through a subject selection process where they indicate what subjects they want to take. And that is going to be a new pathway. It's called Teaching and Training. And the first course is called Principles of Education and Training. It's where they learn to work in a setting as an educator. So that will be our next pathway that's added at the high school. We continue to have many of the students who select the engineering courses, and many of the students who select health science, and many of them who select family and consumer science. So our CATE classes, our pathways at the high school are going very well. I want to talk just a little bit about what's going on with the 88th legislative session. I talked last time about some things that are important to the district. The first phase of the session ends with the bill filing deadline. The second phase begins, and the true work of the session ramps up in committees in both chambers. There are a few of the House bills and a few of the Senate bills that I just want to touch on. Keep in mind, none of this is anything other than coming out of committees. There's House Bill 272 that replaces what we call the Admission Review and Dismissal Committee language with individualized education program team, and directs the Texas Legislative Council and TEA to use this new terminology in all drafting. So there wouldn't be anything there except just a change in the terminology. House Bill 621 was passed with amendments in the form of a committee substitute, which hasn't been published online. The original version requires SBEC to adopt rules for issuing a temporary certification to military personnel who were honorably discharged that allows them to substitute their military service for degree requirements. House Bill 131 allows districts to excuse up to 2 student absences per year in a student's junior and senior years to shadow professionals, provided the district adopts a policy determining when such absences will be approved and how to verify the student shadows the professional. So that would be a good opportunity for students. It would also provide the district ADA and count the absence toward compulsory attendance for the student, so it wouldn't penalize the district's funding in any way. House Bill 699 requires UIL to use the same formula for league classification for schools that allow non-enrolled students to participate in UIL as the formula used for schools that do allow non-enrolled students to participate. Senate Bill 30 is the supplemental appropriations bill. This is important in terms of safety and security. It includes $600 million for school safety initiatives and recognizes $8.2 billion reduction in the appropriation of state money to public education for the current biennium as a result of massive property value increases. A few more. Senate Bill 8 is the Senate leadership's primary school choice bill this session. In every legislative session, you do see a school choice bill. The bill was filed as a non-legislative council draft, and there'll be a committee substitute, which may make substantial changes. But the filed version establishes education savings accounts for students, though it doesn't include provisions meant to preempt some of the common criticisms of voucher programs. Only reimbursements rather than in advance in school districts of less than 20,000 students will receive an allotment for the first 2 years. Senate Bill 9 provides the district to provide a duty calendar to teachers each year, including days on which a teacher is expected to perform supplemental duties for more than 30 minutes outside of the day. Expands the reasons that a teacher may resign after the penalty-free resignation period without incurring sanctions, adds an additional designation level for the teacher incentive allotment, sets the designation level for board certified at master instead of recognized, creates a grant program to assist school districts in rehiring retirees, sets an unidentified teacher pay raise, provides funds to TEA to assist districts in improving recruitment and retention, including a teacher time study, creates a teacher residency program, makes teachers' children eligible for pre-K. Currently, our teachers pay tuition for pre-K, allows teachers to remove students from their classroom who interfere with instruction, or disrespectful or engage in bullying, requires a return to class plan prepared by someone other than the teacher. House Bill 900 requires the Texas State Library and Archives Commission to adopt standards for school library collection development that a district's required to adhere to in developing or implementing the district's library collection development. Policies. Standards must be reviewed at least twice a year and include a policy that prohibits acquisition of harmful material. The possession prohibits acquisition and purchasing of books that are rated sexually explicit, permits libraries to exclude materials that are pervasively vulgar or educationally unsuitable, and recognizes that obscene content is not recognized by the First Amendment. House Bill 1605 requires the Commissioner to make open education resource instructional material available for ELA and math for K-8, pre-K ELA and math, and all foundation curriculum courses in K-5. Then, those are the main ones that we're seeing, and a couple that we want to really watch. Then as far as how we're doing in extracurricular, our girls soccer will be playing Midlothian Heritage for by-district on the 24th, this Thursday night at 6 o'clock in Highland Park, and they have an 11-3 district record. Boys soccer had a 6-6 district record and finished 5th in the district. Softball's 4-1 right now in district with a 17-4-1 overall, and baseball's 2-0 with a 13-2 overall record and ranked 3rd in state. Tennis is participating in the Galveston tournament the 24th through the 25th, and district will be the 28th and 9th in Grapevine. Golf, boys golf is the 27th and 8th at Bridlewood. Girls golf, they placed first at the 5A regional preview in Lubbock, and their district will be the 4th and 5th at Champion Circle. Track, varsity boys won the Argyle meet, and district is the 5th and 6th of April at Braswell High School. You know that Remedy is going to be going to New York to compete nationally. We're very, very proud of them, and we're very proud of the success that our debate team also had, getting 3rd in state over the break. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Liz?
Okay, so this is kind of your first look at the 23-24 budget. Some of these slides are going to look very similar to our budget update from last month. We were looking at the 22-23 because every year you've got the same, majority of the same key factors and different things in the budget. Is that good? Right, first you've got your budget calendar, and this is standard. A lot of these dates are the same almost every year, or at least the same time frame of every year. We start in March with some budget information. You get a budget update every month leading up to approval. At the end of April, April 30th, we should receive a certified estimate of property values. Every Friday after that, typically we receive an update to those values up through about mid-July, and then we usually go a couple of weeks without an update before they certify them. They're required to certify them on July 25th. As you know, the past few years, that date's been extended a little bit for us. We've received some information a little bit later, and we're hopes that information will come on time for us this year. I believe last year we approved our tax rate in September due to that, waiting on some data rather than in August. And we do have, as far as the what's legal and what's required, we can approve a tax rate in September up through September 30th. We just have to approve our budget as before September 1st. So we did separate those last year. Again, we're hopeful that we're back on track. The appraisal district has a change in leadership, and we should see some information flowing out of them again in the end of April. We typically do a budget workshop for the board. I have a tentative date on here. The date I picked was mirroring kind of last year's date, so I know I don't want you to panic if that conflicts with you. We'll set something that everybody can be at, but that's just kind of a placeholder for us right now as far as a date for a workshop. The 21st is going to be we would like to adopt the budget and tax rate on August 21st at our regular school board meeting. Again, depending on some factors, with it being a legislative year and what information we have and don't have, and appraisal district data, that may fluctuate just a little bit, but that's our best plan at this point. All right, so the first thing you'll see that this is different than last month on the key budget factors is that it is a legislative year. So that is a big factor as far as school finance and how many changes there are to legislation and what they change, don't change, and different things on there. Enrollment and attendance, again, always a big factor in our budget. Taxable assessed property values, the tax rate, and then for us, formula transition grant, because again, that's still a high priority for us for the next couple of years. We have, you'll notice one thing that's dropped off is the ESSER funds. This is our last year of ESSER funds. We started back in 1920 with ESSER 1, then ESSER 2, ESSER 3, and then we also had ESSER supplemental, and this is our last year of ESSER supplemental. So all of that funding drops off in the 22-23 year.
So is the formula transition grant, is it next year is our last year, unless they change it?
Correct. Without any legislative change, next year is our last year on that. Okay. So every 2 years when the legislature meets, the school finance can change. Sometimes there's a lot of change, sometimes there's very little change to our funding formula. If you want to go back to what we still call House Bill 3 in 2019, that was a major finance change to school finance. There are quite a few bills out there filed. There were over 900 just on public education alone. Right now, as Dr. Wright has told you earlier, we try and track, and do the best that we can to look at what bills are being heard, which ones are going through, and what that could or could not affect our district and how it could. So I focus, of course, more on the financial end. Another bill that I want to point out is House Bill 100. That actually has a component to that to extend formula transition grant to 2930, which is a big deal for our district at this point. So it mirrors, I believe, or has a lot of commonalities with, I believe, House Bill 11, maybe off one number on that, but House Bill 100 is the only one that has that formula transition grant in there at this point. So we want to continue to monitor that and hope that that gets into the final bill. When we build a budget in a legislative year, we build it on current law. Because, again, if you look at all of the bills filed, they're going to change drastically. Some may get passed, some may not. Once we get down a little bit farther down the road, we have the what-if scenarios, and we look at that. But that's not what we're building our budget on. So we have to, at this point, we feel like there's going to be quite a bit of change in school finance. I'm going to tell you there's going to be not much change for us unless they rewrite the way the formula transition grant affects us, and we'll talk about that a little bit more coming up. But again, we build the budget based on current law, and we build in some factors to try and hold out for things that we feel like may or may not happen that we have to plan some contingencies for. Okay, some of the big things on the school finance, on the legislation that you're going to see, there's quite a few bills with property tax relief. They're looking at higher compression rate, more compressed pennies. They're looking at increasing the homestead exemption. They're looking at lowering the cap from 10% to 5%. I will tell you, if that is lowered, the way that is written, that can really significantly affect anybody that has an INS side with a bond that's already out there based on growth, because you've passed that based on current law. So we were hoping they'd take some things in consideration if they really do look at a limit from going from the 10% to the 5% each year, that they give some flexibility in there for the INS side. Yeah. So teacher compensation, that's listed in quite a few. You'll see that almost every couple of years they'll have quite a bit on teacher compensation. An increasement in the basic allotment is in quite a few bills, depending on the amount. You see as much as $50 up to $500. Funding on enrollment versus ADA. Some of the bills have some things in there that'll say move everything to enrollment versus ADA. Some of them will have, we're going to use these components of this type of the formula from ADA to enrollment, but we're going to leave the rest of it on ADA. So there's a wide variation on what may or may not be in the final bills.
Does the rate, are they proposing rate changes when they switch between the two? Because obviously enrollment helps us, right?
Enrollment would help, yes, correct, would help every district. I haven't seen enough that, I've seen a cost thrown out there that if they switch just to enrollment, how much that would cost the overall state with the current estimates. But I have not seen it as a rate change, a reduction in a rate to kind of offset that. The school safety allotment is another one that you'll see quite a bit about. And there's, again, a wide range of dollar amounts on there, or different things that are included or not included. So those are some of the, as far as financial legislation that we're following and keeping track of. All right, what we build our budget off of, right now we have the fall demographic report. Pretty soon we'll have a spring demographic report, and we'll look at that and see if there's any changes and what we need to update those projections on. This again was our first year to receive high and low projections. We've always just received here's what we think your number is going to be next year based on the trends and what's coming in. And so now we've got to take these high and low numbers and go, okay, how are we going to budget based on this? Are we going to budget based on low? Are we gonna budget based on high? Are we gonna pick a number in between? Are we gonna look at each campus individually and go, well, this campus seems to be growing at a higher rate than these campuses, and build it that way? So we do have some decisions to make on how we're gonna build that projection of what student rate we're gonna count for our budget.
I'm guessing there won't be that much disparity in the 1 year look forward versus the 10-year look forward is where you really see the separation on that high and low.
So the 1 year look forward, 16.7% versus 12.2% on the high
For
and low.
next year?
For next year.
He hasn't been able to,
Well, I haven't seen the spring report yet, so I don't know if that's gonna come back together. Again, this was the first time ever that we received a high and low number. So this is a little new territory for us, and we'll have to work that into our budgeting process.
But you always did, whatever they sent us, you ran conservative number. You used that as the high and you ran conservative.
Yes, but I'm gonna backtrack on that just a little. Remember, they give us a number as of what they feel like the October snapshot, which is the last Friday in October. And we historically have grown since then, so we take the number that they give us at that point, and then we also have to project what we think will grow throughout the year. So we do, if you look at technicality on what we're projecting versus what they put in it for that October, we're projecting it higher than that. But it isn't, we're not going above and then going way, way, way out about that. We typically exceed our projections every year as far as our ADA for our budget.
Why did we switch to a range as opposed to a number?
I don't.
this is Zonda did that for us.
Yes, I don't believe that we had a
Yeah,
choice.
this came from
Trying to
Zonda.
figure out
Okay.
where,
Yeah, I know.
So we just need to add Zonda.
We didn't ask them to provide that, they
No.
just provided it that way?
That's
Well, but
correct.
think about like all the projections we were doing with the growth plan, right? All had ranges.
Yeah, I know, but I just.
So, but
didn't-
that is something new.
That's
It
what
didn't
they
used to give us
emailed
that.
for.
That's correct.
I think what hit was this slowdown in
Yeah,
the market because
and
of
not
higher
knowing,
interest rates,
right.
inflation. That
He's
they-
trying to guess.
Yeah.
Correct. I think to your
Yeah.
point, it has to do with the
Educated
market
guess.
and that there was some uncertainty about, where the lot's gonna continue to be built as quickly, where you're gonna still have the students moving in, at the rate, and I believe that's where the high and low came in.
But historically, what I've been told, and and what I've seen, he's been pretty accurate.
He's been within a small percentage on each one. Now, it may be wider on certain grade levels,
Yeah.
but overall, when I'm looking at
Campuses
budgeting, yes. Okay. All right, the taxable assessed values, again, we won't see our first information until late April, and we expect certified values by July 25th. We always start with an estimate in there, and it's based on historical data, and we do kind of a trend as far as what we believe. And then when we get those estimates in April, we also do a trend on that because typically those are much higher than what they're gonna be by the time we get the certified in July, once you get the protest in there and everything's worked down. And so we have a range that when we get that April, we kind of work that back a little bit. But we also have conversations with the appraisal district and get what they are feeling, that it may come down to and different things. So we'll use some trends on that. Just a reminder, last year we had a much higher year as far as our taxable assessed value growth than what we had in the past. We had over 25%. And I would be very surprised if we're over that for this year, just because the market did slow down a little bit in this area for the last part of the year. Okay, this slide next, I believe we saw last month. And again, this is just the taxable assessed values, and it kind of goes to show you the difference of how much we've grown. We're up over $4 billion now. And if you go back to 16-17, you can still see we were just over 1.5 there. So we've grown quite a bit over the last few years on taxable assessed values. The tax rate timeline. Okay, as far as the tax rate, the technicalities are the local property value study is due August 1st. That we're required to get our certified values from the appraisal district. We take that data. We're required to turn it into TEA. They calculate what's called an MCR, a maximum compressed rate, on or before August 5th. And then after that date, we can proceed with our hearing and publish our tax rate. We'll have an estimate of a tax rate well before then. What I will tell you is there's a good chance it'll change with legislation because there is so much legislation out there that is talking about higher compression rates. So let's look at the next slide, please.
Liz,
So if you look,
can I go back to one point?
Yes.
And this is on the projections.
Mhm.
If we grow at 12.5% or 12% on the low end, and we're 95 to 96% ADA, I mean, how does that, I mean, what's that mean in terms of dollars compared to 16% growth at 95, 96% ADA?
I will have dollar amounts on those for you next month and actually put dollar amounts to these. This is more of just a first look. But I can
Is
tell
it
you
hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars?
not millions, but it
Okay.
is a big difference.
Okay.
So it can make a considerable difference. And we're actually, when we look at the budget amendment that's on the agenda tonight here in just a little bit, it'll kind of give you an idea of what we're talking on there too.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the tax rate, this is just a history of the tax rate. The blue is INS, the red is M&O, and the green is the total. I know it's kind of hard to see the little numbers down there at the bottom. So, again, we've been lowering our tax rate through M&O compression, and that started with, again, going back to legislation, and it's required. So based on current law, at today's estimate of what's out there, we would potentially lower our M&O side by a little over 7 cents. Again, I feel like that will change with legislation, and I do believe that would increase, but we don't have, we aren't far enough in the legislative session at this point to be able to tell you how much that would increase. So when we're building our budget, we're building it based on what we feel like the maximum compressed rate will be for us, and I do believe that will be 0.0703 at this point in time. And as information comes out and we receive more information from the state, we make adjustments to those numbers as we go. But we will not have a final number again until August, or hopefully August, maybe September. The INS, well, sorry, one other point out. The INS, that blue line, will not change for next year. We are at 50 cents on the INS side, and we are projecting at 50 cents for the next several years. If you'll remember, right now we're in the middle of a sale of the next bond issue, which was on last month's agenda, I believe, to sell this $95.5 million. That actually goes out for sale. We're in that process right now in the rating review and all of that. And so that actual payment first payment will be on next year's, and that will be incorporated into that 50 cents. So. Okay, this is what I'm harping on to you, and I'm sorry, these are some repeats, but I'm going to keep talking about it. Formula Transition Grant, again, it was House Bill 3, and it was because they did an infusion into the school finance with money, but not every district was set to receive additional funding. And so the Formula Transition Grant was created to make sure that every district received at least 3%. We fell in that category, we still fall in that category. So we have the Formula Transition Grant. Last year, there were 99 to 100 districts across the state that fell into the Formula Transition Grant. In 21, they passed House Bill 1525 and did a statewide cap of that at $40 million, and that's going to be really important here on the next couple of slides. These are just some estimates. Again, you can see the trend in our Formula Transition Grant by year. This year it's 2.9. That is at a 95% proration amount. Because of that $400 million cap, at the beginning of the year, TEA had estimated that they would be able to distribute 95% of what everybody was estimating. So we basically receive a 5% proration on there in order to meet that cap across the statewide. Back in the end of January, early February, we received a new update, and I think we kind of briefly touched on this last month. We received a new update where that changed to, we can go to the next slide, thank you. Changed to about 65%. And for us, that could equate to about $1 million. But again, I highlighted this on here for you. That proration amount is going to change with every update coming out. We won't have a near final until September, which is after our fiscal year is already closed. As of today's estimate, which was a new one that was just issued today by the state, we're at 100%. So we went 95, 65, we're back at 100.
I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it.
I will tell you, it's a little different. Before this, we had very few things ever in proration, and so you had what you had, and you changed your tax rate, you changed your tax collections, you monitored your students and your attendance and all of that. This is a little different for us, and again, we didn't hit the cap statewide last year, so this is the first year it may come into play. All that to say, this is going to change. It's going to change with every information that comes out. And September is going to be the timeline of when we have the best estimate on that. I will tell you, I did not include that in our budget amendment. If I did, I'd have to tell you I was pulling that off the table today after the information that was released. But it's gonna change when we get to a point where we feel like we have a comfortable number. I feel like we could amend for it, but at this point, it's a moving target for us.
So I just want to understand this. So when we're sitting in this budget workshop, you're sitting there telling us, hey, formula transition grant looks like it's going to be about, they're telling us it's going to be about 95%. You think it's going to be $2.7 million.
Well, the number I showed you on the 2.9 on there was already at the 95, was already at the 95%.
Was at the 95%. You
Yes,
build
sir.
a budget based on formula transition grant funds of 2.9 million. You build that budget for the calendar year. You get to January within that calendar year, and they say, man, it's going to be 65% of that. And now we lose $1 million
That's correct.
in our budget. And so now we're sitting here in March, and they're saying, maybe 100%.
That's correct.
I
So it's-
don't know how you do it.
Well, I'm gonna tell you kind of where the changes come in. So in January, you have the property value study that's released by the comptroller. And so TEA then incorporates all that data for each school district and makes new runs. And then again, right now, they've just incorporated the fall PEMS data, which is the fall enrollment data from each district. And they've gone back and looked at your historical attendance rate, incorporated that along with the fall enrollment, and they've updated the student numbers on everybody's side. And that's the update that came out today that made the change from the 65% to the 100%.
Who's they?
TEA's
Yeah.
data, sorry. They are in charge of, TEA's in charge of distributing this information. They give us summary of finance updates throughout the year. You get quite a few all year long. We had, there were several issues between even the January update, the end of January, early February to now's update. We run our own summary all year long, and we update it because each district has better data and more recent data on your own individual district than the state has at the time, because theirs is a little bit lagging because they have to wait for you to report it, those reporting deadlines, and then they can incorporate that throughout the state. I will tell you, formula transition grant is not the only prorated funding formula in there. You have the fast growth allotment, but we are prorated on that, and so is anybody else that's receiving that in the state. That number is still at the budgeted amount at the beginning of the year. That has not changed. I believe there's some other prorations in there that may or may not come into play. I believe the GT funding has potential for proration, and the new instructional facilities allotment has potential for proration. This is the one that is the biggest for us as far as fluctuating throughout the year. We felt like we had a pretty good handle on the fast growth allotment at the beginning of the year, at what that was prorated at, and that hasn't really changed throughout the year. So this is the one that's concerning us the most, and it's the largest dollar amount for us.
So question, I remember when we talked last month about the PSF and the whole bonding thing, and we got in on this, we're in on that, this current sale under that protection, if you will. And then listening to you with this, it's almost like, what's going on with the state that all of a sudden they're like tapping out, they're not just tapping out, but they're getting to a point where, okay, we can't go above this, so we're gonna start prorating everybody because we can't keep doing what we've always done.
So on the bond side, that would be a little different than what we're talking here, but this
Right.
is done. This
I'm
is done
just
by
saying it's kind of
right.
statewide.
These are done by legislative actions and by limits that they've put in. On the bond side, on the PSF, it's more, there's a state limit, but there's also a federal limit, and right now I believe that there's a limit based on the federal side. They're waiting for some legislation there to have an update.
Okay.
So, okay. Thank you. All right, some of our biggest budget considerations as far as the expenditure side. Personnel. In any school district, personnel is the largest percent of your budget. You're looking anywhere from 78% to 85%, and some of those districts are even higher than that. So your personnel is again, the largest in a growing district. As we're adding staff every single year, because we're adding students, we've got to add staff. That, again, is just a larger and larger percent of our budget. Increased enrollment, again, increased staffing FTEs. FTE is full-time equivalent. Substitute staffing, that's still a concern that we look at. What's our staffing level of subs? Do we need to look at the pay on subs to increase that, to try and bring in more substitutes to get our fill rate at a certain level? Custodial costs for additional facilities. This year, coming back online, we've got the 6th grade center. Okay, so we have a very small custodial cost because it's based on square footage that we're covering right now. So when we add that whole facility back, that's a large impact for next year. Same thing with utilities. We have a small utility impact from that budget, from that building this year because it's not being utilized to the fullest. When we add that back, it's gonna increase that utility budget. Campus and department request. As y'all know, we base our campus and departments based on a student allotment, and then they are allowed to request things for things that are that they're wanting to do that are beyond those allotments, and we gotta go through a ranking process there. And then inflation. Inflation's a real driver for us right now. You know, everything just costs a lot more than it has in the past, and we still have the same funding formula that we had, and we're funded at the same rates. So we're hopeful that the legislature will have some relief on that. But one thing that I will caution, the way that the law is written, if the basic allotment is increased, if they give money through the formula for the safety formula, if they do any of those things and they don't write something in that says something similar to that formula transition grant where every district receives an increase, we don't receive an increase. Because the money will come out of that formula transition grant, and until that is zero, we won't go above that. Now, the number of students changes that, okay, because you get funded based on per student. But when you're looking at, if they go, hey, we're gonna increase the basic allotment by $50 a student, or the guaranteed yield is gonna go up, we can run those scenarios, and I can tell you that's not gonna change our funding for next year. So.
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to explain that more, because, so you're saying that if we get an increased allotment per student, they're just gonna offset it by taking it out of the transition grant?
Right, so right now, based on current law, we're estimating just under $3 million in formula transition grant for next year. Unless there's some sort of verbiage put into the legislation on any of these changes, similar to what was put in where we got the formula transition grant. So back in House Bill 3, we received an increase because they wrote in there that every district would receive at least a 3% increase, okay? That's how we receive additional funding beyond additional students under House Bill 3. So right now, if you look at a basic allotment, a guaranteed yield, any type of increase that they're doing, anything that goes into that formula that is not a separate grant outside of the formula, if they don't put in something that says every district will receive this as an addition, as an increase over what they received the prior year, then it comes out, the offset is through that formula transition grant for us.
So what happened in the, that 22-25 Safety Standards Act? They had a minimum in there for $400 million. It was $400 million, but no matter the size of your district, you got a minimum of 200. Is that what you're talking about though, in terms of?
So they had a grant, an actual grant that was separate from the funding formula, the safety and security grant, I believe.
Right,
and
the standards, but they're creating a new TEA rule around it.
Mm-hmm. That is correct, and that grant was outside of the funding formula. So we are receiving that money because it is considered a grant, and that is separate.
So, but the student allotment and things like that are not, they're in the
That's
formula.
correct.
But, okay, so in 2019, they created this formula transition grant that started to be able to fund districts like us with the money that we see on this slide, right?
That's
so if that grandfather's goes out, goes away, I mean, the hope is, and the belief is that we're gonna get money from the state, but it's gonna be in a different bill in a different way. I mean, that 2.8 million isn't gonna just disappear.
No, so.
It's gonna come in a different
Right, but they're
way.
selling it as we're getting increased dollars, but we're not. They're giving you
Yeah,
this
they're
bucket
taking
of
one
money,
away.
they're taking it out of here, so it's a net nothing.
Yeah, I just wanna make sure that the 3 million's not going.
Well.
Well, it will if they give us,
So-
if they increase the allotment.
Again, I just want to caution you that what I'm going to call some potential for unfunded mandates for us. So if, based on the, if the bills passed was based on an increased, again, guaranteed yield, basic allotment, whatever it is that's built in there to increase the funding. If that's put in without some form of caveat that every district receives a certain amount of increase or some sort of mechanism in there, then we're looking at a formula transition grant where we have to phase out of that before we see an actual overall dollar increase. So those are things we're watching. Those are things that we're paying quite a bit of attention to, because depending on what that money is tied to, again, it could equate to an unfunded mandate for us or for a district like us. So I just want you to be aware of that.
Yeah, you gotta watch and see. Who knows?
Welcome to school finance.
Yes. One more. Okay, some things that we're looking for. We're working towards a balanced budget for 23-24. Y'all know we started this year with a deficit budget. Our goal for next year is to work towards a balanced budget as far as our original adoption. We also are trying to maintain a 3-month operating fund balance. In order to maintain a 3-month operating fund balance, as your budget grows, that amount, because it's basically a percentage, that amount grows as well, right? So we need to be putting money into fund balance in order to maintain that 25% or 3-month operating fund balance. So we're looking at potential ways to build that into the budget as well. We have set aside a certain amount in the budget for next year, a planning amount for proposed increase on our compensation plan, to make sure that we don't budget everything and go, oh, whoops, we didn't put anything aside for a compensation plan. So we do have that factored into place. Again, we're going to continue to monitor the school finance legislation, and then we will have a board budget workshop in May. So each month, we'll bring back to you some different information. We'll bring numbers next month, actually this is just kind of the basics behind it, and we'll bring you some numbers next year to show you where we're at. And then we'll work towards a more developed budget along the way. Sorry, I'm seeing some really frustrated faces. Do you have more questions?
It's amazing what you do, and how you have to juggle throughout the year.
And they change it all the time. I've watched school finance for 40 years, and they don't, it's always something different, and they put things under different names and different formulas and different everything. Every other year, you're not quite sure what you're going to get out of whatever they decide.
That's right. We're
makes it tough.
I will say there's positive and negatives to when your fiscal year begins. So for school districts, you can have a September 1 or you can have a July 1. We are September 1, so every other year during a legislative session, we really like that September 1 start because we get a little bit more planning time of when we may see what's coming through. But again, there's positives and negatives to both of that. But I just like to point that out in the legislative year.
Are you hearing from the people that you monitor? The state has a huge surplus.
That's
Everybody's
correct.
got their hand out to get that surplus. Education is one of them.
Yes.
And so, the hope is that there will be more money allocated for education.
Absolutely. That is our hope. And that's what you see quite a few bills for that reason. I just wanted to put that out there that without some form of caveat or wording change in that legislation where that increase may show up, that we are still looking at formula transition grant. And without an extension, it ends next year. So that's another potential funding cliff without legislative change. Now, an increase in the basic allotment and all of those things, we run the what-if scenarios. I can tell you that's going to really bring down that formula transition grant number to where it's a much more manageable number if nothing is done to extend it or push it beyond the 23-24. That number shrinks with any type of increase. So there's different things to look at with it.
When's the end of the session? Unless they call a special one.
Is it, Dr. Wright, is that May?
Is it May something? Okay.
All right. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Liz.
Thanks, Liz. Good evening, Mr. Bird.
How's everybody doing? Good evening. I know it's going to be a long night. I will just interrupt me whenever, if you have a question. I'm going to read from the packet that was given to you guys, and I won't read every word. I'll just go through the highlights, specifically some of the charts, how we came to these numbers, and some of the needs in the next few years. This is the 13th projection. I wish I could take claim to all these projections and the formulas used. A lot of my predecessors before me came up with some of these formulas, and we're adjusting them as we go. But let's go ahead and move forward. We're going to start with, band starts in 6th grade. And so everything that you're doing is really based off of a lot of the 6th grade numbers. That's the onboarding time into band is in that grade level. After that, we do not offer any beginning band classes. So that is the time that students join band. And then from there, they may choose to stick with it, or they may choose to move on to other activities. Our sixth grade enrollment history and percentages, I only went back 5 years, so you didn't have to see everything on just what the numbers would look like. You would see, as you see here, the numbers they kind of fluctuate. In the February 21, the percentage was the same. The sixth grade enrollment was a little low. There was also some COVID. There's just a couple of COVID years where we just experienced smaller numbers in general with our band classes. And that will give you, stick with me here, there's a reason I'm going to go through all these numbers. But that tells you at least a percentage of students that are enrolled in the band program. Our numbers this year that we have are sitting right about 151 for next fall in sixth grade, which is a fairly healthy number. We actually think that's could go up to about 160 after everybody moves in. So we're seeing really good growth in the sixth grade class, the band classes. We can go on the next one. This is what the middle school enrollment history looks like the past 5 years. You can see that little dip of in January of 22 did down 19%, and it's kind of going back up. We feel that 25%, between 20-25%, is probably a healthy number to kind of be at for the at least the middle school enrollment. And when you see this middle school enrollment, that's specifically talking about 7th and 8th grade. That does not include the 6th grade. And then the high school enrollment history. I also noticed on the chart here it says total middle school enrollment. That's an error. I apologize for that. It should say high school enrollment and what that looks like. Percentage of students enrolled in band per the school population. We're sitting right about 9%. I wished it was sitting about 10% is usually about the average I've always used. For numbers of students, it can fluctuate between 9 and 12%. There's been times it's been really high, and right now we're sitting again at that 9% mark. You can go to the next one. When we're trying to predict the growth, we use the low and high, and we just took an average. So the charts you're going to see coming up are going to be based on the average of what we think it's going to be, or the average of the high and low that was given to us by the demographer. You can keep on going. And whenever you're trying to predict, you keep going. Yeah, I'm not going to go into that right there. And when you're really trying to predict it, we're just using the data that we have, the 9%, the 10%, the 20%, and predict what does it look like using just those numbers. Because it's real difficult, obviously, to find out how many tuba players you're going to have move into the program, or how many euphonium players you're going to have move into the program from other schools. It's also hard to predict how many tuba players are going to stick with playing tuba for 7 years. You just don't know. So we just take the percentage, and this is very raw data, and then we come up with our numbers based on the school enrollment. Then the next step is we go to the typical instrument breakdown of bands, if you can keep on going. So this would be like the ideal percentage of what your instrumentation would look like for a band program. I'll let you look at that if 8% of the flutes, and the star indicates school-owned instruments. Those are instruments that are quite expensive that we do not expect the students to purchase. The ones that do not have a star are purchased by the students themselves. So all of our flautists in the school district own their own flute, or they rent their flute through a music company.
I'm grateful for my French horn player.
Yes. So if you're a French horn player, you get the school owns all the French horns and the mellophones. Well, we can keep on going here, if you don't mind. So all we do is we just look at our inventory. This is what we have, and we look at what the ideal scenario, the ideal instrumentation breakdown, and then what we think that we might need based on what the population is of the school enrollment is. This always tends to be a little high. And because, again, we don't know exactly what's going to happen. We don't know how many people are going to move in, how many people are going to move out. When it says current inventory, if you've looked at this number, like if you said, if you see euphonium, it says 36 plus 8. It says 36, that's how many we have on campus right now, and the 8 are 8 that we've ordered that we don't have on campus right now, because they have not come in. And this is current retail prices of those instruments. I did not go out and get updated bids yet, though typically they're significantly lower. Some of those are real close, like the mellophone number is real close because we had a bid on that not too long ago. Yellow will indicate that, hey, this is when we need to purchase this, and we gotta get 3 more. So we have 48, we need to get 3 more. And we always try to have 1 extra in case we have a move-in. So if we have, a good example, if we have 10 sousaphones on our campus. If we have 10 sousaphone players, we need to have 11 sousaphones. In case another one moves in, or if one goes to repair, we have one available to be used. And so if you can keep on scrolling down, this is what the numbers look like. And they can be significant at the bottom of that chart. This is what the numbers look like to get the instruments in their hands, to have a marching band or to have a concert band. Again, those are significant, and it all just depends on retention and growth. And it also depends on retention and growth in those particular instruments. So we don't exactly know, again, how many tuba players are going to stick with it. But if we do have 12 tuba players, we're going to need to have tubas in their hands. But we may have 8 tubas for a long time. But we need to be prepared for at least the next 5 years on knowing what that could look like. And keep on going down.
But when do you have to commit to the actual purchase?
It takes well, some instruments are readily available. I know that the euphoniums that we ordered this year did not take very long to come in. They only took maybe a month or 2. Some of the instruments, like we ordered an instrument over a year ago and it still hasn't come in yet. I think the sousaphones, you need about a year. Some of the euphoniums, you need about a year to get them in. Some of the large percussion instruments, you need about a year. A lot of them are manufactured overseas, or they're manufactured on demand. You don't get a lot of call for like a contrabass clarinet. We don't have one that we're going to be purchasing anytime soon, but some of those instruments they don't really have available until they're purchased. So I say you need at least 10 months for most instruments, and then on some of them you just know it's going to be a while. Then you need to go ahead and prepare yourself. Percussion instruments, it's kind of the same breakdown. We just take the number of students that we have and predict what we're going to need to have in our program as far as drumline equipment, keyboard instruments, so that they have instruments in their hands as well. Ironically, this has been, we've had a significant number of move-ins in our school, in our middle school, in percussion. I think we've had like 5 or 6 just this year. They come in and like we have to make sure everybody has an instrument. So some of that is included in some of these growth numbers. We can go down a little bit. So again, this is our inventory that we have, and then when it looks like we're going to have to get another one. Some of this is marching band related, where we need to be sure that every student has a keyboard in front of them. Not every student, but we have keyboards in front of the students who are playing keyboards. Some of them are not marching band specific, and they're concert band specific, or they might be region band or TMEA specific, that you have to have specific instruments that the kids can audition on. For example, there's a 5-octave marimba. 5-octave marimba right now we have 2, TMEA, which is the Texas Music Educators Association, their auditions that they have a lot every other year or so, they're on 5-octave marimba. So we just need to make sure we have those available for our students to practice and work through on. You can keep on going down. There are some miscellaneous needs that we're going to need. We've done a pretty good job of just buying items every year just to update for growth. We're buying additional tuxes this year. We have, every year we've added a little bit of like some white bibs and white shakos to our current set. And then we will, we are going to need in 2024 to actually replace the band uniforms. We have 2 uniforms that we typically use. We have a competition uniform that we use for UIL competitions. That's the white bib and a specific jacket that the students use that's specific for that show. Those are purchased by the students or by the booster club. What you see at the football games are the gray bibs and the jackets. That's what you typically see us use at the football games. Those were bought in 2016. They usually last about 8 years, and you can see it. They're pretty worn out. I know that the people in the stands might not be able to see it, but they're pretty worn out. They've been altered quite a bit, and from one year to another, but they are going to need to be replaced next year. I also put on here a rewrap of the trucks. They recommend to be rewrapped every 6 years. So right now, I think we're just doing that as needed. We're actually getting a rewrap done this year. If you can keep on going. And this is what the total cost looks like from 1 year, from 2023 to 2027. Based on the miscellaneous numbers, the percussion and the wind instruments is what we can see based on the numbers of enrollment that we're going to see in using those percentages. And clearly, it's pretty significant, but typically, to be honest, because we use the retail numbers and we kind of predict a little high on some of these, typically it comes down from what those numbers are in the growth presentation. Current staff and needs. We have right now a color guard director who is half supported by the district and half supported by our booster club. We are, of course, in need of a band director on the 6th grade campus, which I think we're aware of. And then in coming years, we're going to need another assistant at the Argyle Middle School and another assistant at the high school. Currently, at the middle school, we had, for the first year, this year, we took 3 bands to concert evaluation, the UIL concert sounding evaluation for the first time. And so far, 2 of those bands have made straight ones. The other band goes next week. But this is the first year we've had 3 go. And we do predict that's going to continue to grow. The concert band, our third band, was about what we believe would be about 80% what it could be. And then next year, we will probably have either 3.5 bands, could be up to 4 bands, but I think we're going to try to fit it all into 3. But we do need to have somebody working with those students before and after school, and not just depending on those two, the 2 directors that are there. At the high school, same thing. As we grow next year, we're going to have 3 bands at the high school instead of 2. And as we grow, there's going to be a need for just another director on that campus as well. So I think that covers all the charts and all the growth. Obviously, all the other budgets as we grow will need to be modified or will grow with the growth. For the choir, I'll just hit on some of these highlights. You can keep on going down. Right now we have, okay, that sounds good. You go down a little bit further if you don't mind. Right now there's about 100 students at the high school, and AMS has about 70 students. So of course, as it grows, we are every year we're having to purchase some tuxes, we're having to purchase some uniforms. This year, for the first time, our Argyle Middle School choir took 2 ensembles to the UIL evaluation. Both ensembles made sweepstakes, but we do think that's going to continue to grow. If you can keep on going, if you don't mind. These are some of the needs that we're going to have to purchase. Every year, we're purchasing tuxes and dresses for the high school students, and I think just a little bit every year will help. We do need one of the big things we need is a traveling sound system for the middle school, for the high school, for the a cappella group. So the traveling sound system is like just a sound system you can take with you to anything off campus. It would be really helpful for the a cappella groups whenever they attend any event that's off campus, whether it be a Christmas tree lighting, whether it be a performance at Harvest, which they've done before, or any other event. Right now, we don't have one available for them to use. The middle school is in really big need for a Winger Music Library, just a library system to house all of the music that they are purchasing for the future. Right now, there is not a library system at the middle school, and we need to start building that ASAP for them. I know there's a need also for a choir trailer, and another big one is a middle school grand piano. Right now at the middle school we have a Roland digital piano. It's like a little upright piano. It's basically a glorified keyboard synthesizer. And we need something that is a little more impactful that the kids can grow with, and that will sound better, especially in a live performance situation at the middle school in the auditorium. You go down a little bit. So actually go up a little bit so I can keep going. Okay, yeah, additional staffing needs. So I do think that the choir is going to need a third choir director, probably next year or the year after, just to go back and forth between the middle school and high school. Most choir programs our size and even a little bit bigger will have 3 directors. We have 1 full-time at the high school, 1 full-time at the middle school, and then 1 that goes back and forth. We'll be at a place, I think, on both campuses where it's a little too much for 1 choir director, but not enough for 2, if that makes any sense. So having a third choir director be able to go back and forth will be very helpful. Most school districts do that in our particular area. Most have the number around about 180. Once the growth gets to about 180 students, then they'll add another full-time staff member as well. If you can keep on going down. The last point just discusses the growth of the budget and consultant budget and fees and dues as the choir grows as well. I think that's all I have. You have any questions for me?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I know you guys have a long night. So
I mean, your real discussions with Liz, right? Every year.
Yes.
Trying to figure out what we
Yes.
can't do these.
And I do want to thank you for all that you've done for the music programs. Since I was hired here in 2018, was my first time. I sat in front of the school board, I think in May of 2018, maybe even before then. I knew it was a special place, and your support is just unbelievable. I feel so comfortable talking to you. I feel so comfortable coming to you. You're always open to, you're an open book. And I wanted to thank you for all your support for us. I appreciate it. So thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to action item 10A.
This is the agenda item for approving the term contracts for teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors for the 23-24 school year.
I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10A as presented.
I'll make that motion.
Dr. Bitter, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Westrom, second. Lively, and I'm recusing myself from this one. Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. All right, here we go, Rick.
This is to approve Penny Blanchard as an adjunct to accompany volleyball as needed. There's no budget impact. This allows us to count students present, resulting in increase in foundation school program funding.
I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10B as presented.
So moved.
Mr. Hawksworth, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Richie Duffenbaugh, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Okay, this is our budget amendment for this board meeting. It's the third amendment for the school year. And this is, we went over it again a little bit in our budget update last month when we were talking about that we had some other revenues that were increasing, but that we still needed to look at the effects of the 4 to 6 weeks attendance reports and everything and how that would project out through the year end. So we've had time to go over those and really look at them and see the ADA and how all of the different student counts break down and where we feel like we're going to be at. So we're moving our budget from a 4670 ADA to a 4720. We've also increased in a few other areas along the way, such as CTE and some different breakdowns. This still also has some increases that, like we talked about, again, the local revenues, the tuition and fees, interest rates, rentals, athletic dates, receipts. Go to the next one. Okay, this actually gives you a detail of where the changes are. So the very first one there listed is a reduction on current property values. I mean, current property taxes, and any change at this point that we're making between current property taxes and the state funding is kind of a dollar for dollar change, okay? So you've got two things going on here on the state funding that you see down there at the $786,000. We've got the increase in students as well as moving the tax revenue down $300,000, and that increases that state revenue. So we're looking at where our collections are at this point, where our actual levy is, the latest supplement from DCAD, and where we think we're going to be at the end of the year, and so we need to move that category. So if you, again, it's very close to a dollar for dollar change. So the actual impact of looking at through the 4 to 6 weeks and where we're projecting that out through the end of the year is about $486,000 there. You can see the difference there on that foundation school program revenue. So those are the two of the larger items on there. Another large item that we talked about was interest income. Again, interest rates, as far as what we're earning on our deposits, is quite a bit larger than what it was last year and even what it was at the beginning of this fiscal year. We're making a significant amount of change to that line item. It's not a huge percentage of the overall budget, but when you look at a change from $150,000 to $660,000 for the year, that's significant for that line item. You know, the tuition and fees, again, we talked about where we had a larger number of pre-K students this year than we've ever had before that are actually tuition-based. And that's because we were able to add some classes, and we were able to provide all of those that were qualified and then filled in the remaining spots with tuition-based. And again, that was just a much larger number than what we'd had in the past. Rental income is up. Adjusting that AEF, I had last year's amount in there compared to this year's. We have some increase in donations. Part of that is what where the line item went that the town actually donated their amount. I believe that was last month or the month before, where you also saw that $25,000 came in. That's the biggest part in that line item. The increase in athletic gate receipts, and then again down through the school funding. So I projected our ADA out. I used the 4 to 6 weeks numbers and used those numbers as holding places for the 5th and 6th 6 weeks. So there's a chance that if we go a little between now and then, and we increase our attendance a little bit in those, that we could come back and increase a little bit more by year end. But this is the best projection that we have at the time with the known data as far as, and then projecting out through 5th and 6th 6 weeks. So it's a large increase in our revenue. But let's look down at our expenditures, because we do have one major increase in expenditures. And that is on our maintenance and operation. If you look at their function 51, $320,000, I believe that's what we need to get our utilities to where we're actually going to fit in for the year. Going back to last year when we were building this budget, we were looking at what we were at, last spring and early last summer. And by the end of last summer, we had really surpassed our utility budgets. So we built this year based off of a number that wasn't final yet, of course, and we had to go back in there and redo some estimates along those. It's across the board. It's not just electricity, it's water, it's gas, it's all of it. So That's where I believe that we need to be if we have the same conditions that we had throughout last year, where we'll need to end the year.
Can I ask you a question about
Sure.
that? You said it was electricity, it was water, it was other things. Are we seeing, I think last time we talked about the project that E3 did, we were supposed to see $200,000 in savings a year, it was estimated. And I think they were about to come provide an update.
And I need to check back on that, and that's my fault. I did not check and see when their report is due. Let me check on that, and I will see if we can get a updated report.
Yeah, because my
Because they are
question
supposed
is.
to give an annual report.
Yeah, and I don't know, Jeff, you may know, but, the control system should allow us to really manage that.
It is, and we've had some internal discussions about, Mr. Ledford's department has some great ideas, Mr. Garcia, as far as what to do to try and reduce our usage, as far as especially electricity. They've got some ideas on the water side as well. Some of that may be a little bit of cost up front on that to put some smart meters. Am I using the correct term on that, Jeff? Smart meters? Thank you. Smart meters, and it helps you know when there is an actual leak and shut it down until, rather just waiting until when you determine there's a leak, which could be days and weeks later. So we're looking into that, but they did have quite a few good ideas on how to manage, especially during our summer when some of our buildings aren't being utilized. If we're not there during the day, making sure that everything is in that control system. And so we've got some ideas. Of course, it'll take us time to know whether, from the time that some of these were implemented, of what actually happens, but we are going through the exercise of trying to pinpoint any area that we can, especially through those control systems, and utilize what we can to bring those costs down. And if we can do that, and if we're successful, then we won't need that full $320,000. But at the pace we're going right now, compared to where we were at last year, that's where I feel like that we need to be by the end of the year.
And we're putting in the new control system in the new buildings, not the Climate Tech mess.
Correct.
What's the new one? Yeah, okay.
But I will get you a date on an E3 report.
Thanks.
The other one, for the $35,700 is intergovernmental. That is our actual payment to our appraisal district. And again, that budget wasn't approved until well after we were into our budget. And so that's what we need to increase that to bring our share up. And that's based on our share of, and it's a percentage factor of what our parcel law and values are compared to everybody else in the county. So it brings our total deficit, this is the best part of the night, we're going from 1.3, almost 1.4 million deficit to a $232,000 deficit. I can tell you, and y'all know this, almost every year we come in under on our expenditures. We try and project out there every dollar that we may have to spend, and there's things here and there that just add up that we can, especially if we can see things like savings in a utility that we're not planning for or something like that. So I feel like we're in a really good place for the year at this point. I'm much happier today than I was even before we went on spring break. We were looking at the proration and what another $1 million could do in here. Again, that may come in with some form of impact, and we will keep you updated as much as we can throughout of what we know at the time, but we just don't have a good handle on what that might be to do an actual amendment to that part of the budget. So this is where I would ask for your approval tonight in moving us up to a much smaller deficit.
Kudos, Liz. Great job.
Kudos.
Well, this is everybody, so let's just say.
You got to present it.
You got to present it.
That's right, I get to present it, the good news.
They're at home right.
Liz, looking through all the categories, especially on the expense line, when we go to approve next year's budget, it'd be helpful for me to see kind of over the last 3, 4, 5 years, the percentage allocation of the total budget. Not necessarily the dollar figures, because that's changed based on.
Sure, we can do that on a percentage.
Just to see, are there places that we're just staying constant, or are we growing, or?
That's a good question. I'd say too, if there's a large change, kind of maybe your comments is what's driving that.
And Liz, just my first time through it, this is music to my ears, because I know when we were going through my first budget workshop, and we were looking at a deficit budget, when we were going to approve raises for staff at 4%, which was a big commitment to do for inflation and everything. Adding school police officers, at least 2 of them, was a big consideration. Opening up South for the first time were all things that contributed to that. And it's just great to see. I mean, at the time you were saying, hey, these are all big commitments we're making. It is a deficit, but over the course of the year, hopeful to see that get reduced. And so it's great to see that come through.
I think, yep. Again, the ADA does make a big part in that, but, you know, we are benefiting from, you don't benefit from the inflation side, but we're benefiting on that interest rate side. That is making a pretty big difference on our revenue as well, so.
Take it.
You know,
Well,
it
again,
goes
you
hand.
didn't know back then where these benefits were gonna come from. But you were pretty confident telling us in that board meeting that, you know, over the course of the year, you were confident you were gonna be able to reduce that deficit. And
Typically, I can tell you when we budget on the conservative end, that we can, you know, squeeze that down by the end of the year. Again, I feel like there's factors out of our control at this point when we have the proration on some of the areas statewide. That isn't something that we can actually control locally. But for the most part, we try and, you know, Dr. Wright works really well with us on being able to do what we consider a conservative end on the revenues and try and put a larger amount there in expenditures so that we have everything. Now, you know, if you want to look back to last year, we had $100,000 we had to come back and ask for you for on some HVAC systems over at Hilltop, things like that broke that were a little bit larger than what we planned for. So those things happen, but we're doing pretty good at this point in the year and haven't run into anything that we haven't planned for yet. So, yeah.
Made it through the freezes.
Yeah.
Well, and I always appreciate your perspective, even when we are adopting a budget. Last year, you know, was kind of a swallow. You just take that hard swallow when you do something, but the confidence I know that I have in you, and I believe my colleagues as well, that you are conservative on the revenue, and you go a little bit over on the expenditures, and we always know that there's that, you know, there's their give and take on both sides. You keep yourself very up on what's going on with the state and any type of funding issues that are all of a sudden we have to adapt to. But you know, you make my job easier by the input that you give, the confidence that I have in you to be able to help us to make these decisions, and I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Liz, and it gives us confidence to be able to, you know, try to attract, retain our educators and make sure that our schools all have equitability in providing police officers and transportation for those officers. So it gives us confidence to make those decisions where on paper it looks bad, and but you give us confidence throughout the year that historically it makes it easier for us just to echo what everyone else has said. So I appreciate that.
Thank y'all very much.
Yep. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10C, Budget Amendment 3 as presented.
so moved. I want to do that.
Mr. Hawksworth, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Wow. Mr. Matthew Slayton
Jumping
with
on
the
the good
second.
news, huh?
Any further discussion? Anyone want to end? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you.
Okay, 10D is asking for additional staffing for sixth grade center and for special education. At sixth grade center, this would include a math teacher, a theater teacher, a band director who would stay there all day, a PE teacher, and in special ed, we need another life skills teacher and an XC teacher for the fall. So these 6 positions total $408,000.
I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10D as presented.
So moved.
Dr. McDade, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Westrom, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you.
So they want to have a dedicated theater program for sixth graders.
They do now.
That's you.
For sixth
Greg,
graders.
come on down.
Both, they already have one over there at 377, but don't have enough. Those teachers can't cover
So it's
all.
designated, just six, okay.
This one is, yes. They can't cover both campuses, the 2 teachers that we have.
All right, so hopefully pretty simple. Those of you that have been here for several years, we buy a new computer lab almost every year. There's only been a couple of years that I can remember that we have not, and these are for the CTE computer course labs at the high school. the oldest lab gets replaced.
How many labs do we have?
I know these are small numbers this year, but why replace every year?
The CTE funds actually have to be spent. We get some kind of penalty if we don't spend these funds.
We're required to spend a certain percentage back towards the CTE programs, and that is so that's true with several of the different allotments, and CTE is one area that we struggle to maintain what we need to spend every year, because the programs that we have are not the higher cost programs necessarily, but we still are required to spend this much money, and so we benefit from that by being able to provide a new lab every year.
So how many labs do we have? Because we're not replacing the same computer every year. It's multiple labs that we're.
Yeah, it'll be whatever the oldest is in the rotation.
Rolling.
Is it 4? And then we also have the lab, not lab, kind of the Mac lab. That's a little bit different.
So really, they're on a 4-year cycle?
Yeah, ish. And like I said, there've been a couple of years that we haven't replaced them, but it's been few and far between. I know some of the computers that came off a refresh last year were used for an additional class that was being created at the high school. So they do get used beyond their refresh in most scenarios.
What would be an example of a more expensive CTE program?
Something like cosmetology.
Cosmetology.
Okay. Dr. Bitter's FFA program. All right.
Maybe a plaque.
Yeah.
Can we use any of these funds for salary, teacher salaries?
We did. Quite a large portion of our allotment goes towards salaries.
Okay.
Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10E as presented.
So moved.
Mr. Matthew Slayton, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. McDade, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Okay, so this is approval for our reading and math intervention program that we use. This comes out of IMA, so instructional materials allotment, so it doesn't have an effect on the budget, that Liz has been talking to you about. So the funds are, in another account, but since the purchase is so large, we still have to have your approval. So that's what this is. This is our reading and math intervention for elementary and middle school.
Is this just a software program? Or
Yes, I mean, it's an online, yes.
It's for all campuses.
Elementaries and middle.
Right. But all the elementary campuses
Yes,
utilize
correct.
it? Okay.
Do we get to move our IMA over to the following year if we don't use it, or?
We do.
Okay.
We have been able to do that.
Okay.
Right, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10F as presented.
so moved.
Mr. Deffenbaugh, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Hawksworth, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Welcome back.
This is where
Jeff.
we get to
Thank
spend
you.
more money.
That's right. Spend more money.
Spend more money.
So this request is for some additional design and engineering services. This is for using elementary school 4 site in Harvest. So as part of the development agreement over there with Harvest, we've got to do traffic impact analysis as part of the design. So that cost is included in here, as well as we have to complete the western half 2 lanes of Cleveland Gibbs Road from 17th Street North to, not really a street there, but the boundary between Harvest and the Ridge subdivision. So this request includes the fees for the design of that road and infrastructure, as well as traffic impact study.
So there's going to be another one of these coming to put the cost of the road, or did we capture that?
The cost of the road will be in the GMP, but it was not planned to be in the elementary school 4 budget. So that's one of the reasons that we're facing the overage right now is that we're actually working in more scope
Can we pay that?
in that particular project.
Can you pay for the road development out of bond funds?
But that would have been
It would have been part of
middle school.
elementary 5 at that.
Or middle school budget.
Or middle school.
If you were gonna use that.
That
I mean,
site.
one of the things we gotta keep in mind here is that.
Would have been
the
part of that
developer-
site.
The developer donated that land.
Correct.
And so the only thing he's asking us to do is, when you use it, you know, hey, contribute to the street cost.
Correct. That's a typical
Sign me
arrangement.
up.
Yeah, that's.
Any other questions? Or not entertain a motion to approve action item 10G as presented.
Motion to approve.
All right, Mr. Western, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Matthews Slayton with the second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right.
Next item is additional design fees. This time it's for the fire lane that will go around the intermediate school on the west and south sides.
Sixth grade center.
Sixth grade center. Still officially intermediate school. We're not getting a new TEA number. So, and we haven't opened it yet. So that's what this is for, $20,900, and that would do the civil engineering, the grading, the pavement sections, some utilities that are probably going to be associated with that.
And this is all happening because of the renovation that we've done.
Because of the renovation.
And the fire marshal's requiring.
Fire marshal's requiring this.
Yeah.
Correct.
I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10H as presented.
So moved.
Dr. McDade, motion to approve. Do I have a second? Second. Dr. Bitter. Who was that?
It's good.
Mr. Hawks, his like quiet voices over here. Mr. Hawksworth with second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. One more time.
One
Jeff.
more. So this item is for some repairs to the well here at the high school. So in the process of working with our consultant on water allocations and determining, you know, how we can proceed if we need a second well here, don't need a second well. We have found that the current well is non-functional again. It has a bad motor, some 800 and some odd feet down in the hole. So this cost would pull that out, replace it, put it back in. It's got a small contingency for unknowns that we find potentially when we pull that out of the ground. And this also includes cost to replace the water meter that's on that. It's, you know, kind of like a city water meter, but we've got to report this monthly to the groundwater district. So we've got a new style meter that has no moving parts, so it's not susceptible to getting particles of sand and getting stuck. We've got that issue on our two other campuses. And some months the meter doesn't read because things are getting stuck in it. So we need to switch to this new type of meter without these moving parts. So that's what this cost is for.
Jeff, is that motor not under warranty?
The motor is not under warranty. It got replaced in November of '21. Carries a 1-year warranty. So we just missed it. However, we are going to send it off to the manufacturer. I don't have a lot of hope, but they are going to look at it and take it apart and see if there is a warrantable issue still. But I don't think it's likely that we're going to be that lucky.
So
what's
when did this well, I mean, was this well put in place when this was a middle school or when?
It was put in place, I believe in 2016 is when it was
So we got
drilled.
5 years out of the first one and we got
1 year.
1 year out of the second one. Same manufacturer, same motor, same.
Yes.
I mean,
So you talked about things in the.
Now, the
meter
one
that-
we're proposing is a little bit larger motor, but once you get over a certain size, they only carry 1-year warranty.
Is there any way that
So which one lasted 5 years?
Smaller first one?
Well, the first one, which is the smaller
Smaller
one,
one.
and we
Right.
replaced it with the same brand manufacturer and size the second time, and it
But
only
you're
lasted
talking
a
about
year.
getting that sand separator or whatever, is there a concern that there's more trash or whatever getting into that pump, water table level, or?
Well, it doesn't sound like you have a sand separator on it.
I think there is, and as the water level drops, that
Yeah.
likelihood becomes more.
And damage the pump.
Is there any way that whoever's looking at, I know you're saying the manufacturer, but since we own it, is there any way to get it fixed? I have no clue what that would even entail, but.
They can rebuild them,
And-
but
and
it's
hang
probably
on.
cost
We'd have to
prohibitive.
ask. I mean, it would depend if it's, bad windings, maybe not, because to have a motor rewound is probably more expensive than the new motor.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm asking is there any worry that the water supply there is becoming a problem and the next motor's gonna burn up too because of stuff that's getting pulled up because?
We'll know more when we pull it out of the ground. So it's hard to say that for sure right now. But that's one reason we're looking at the possibility of drilling a new well. It may be that we only have a new well, not the old well as well. Because as the water level drops, there's going to be less and less water available to us because we can only go down about 900 feet. And the well does go further, but it had a lot more, artesian well, pressure pushing the water up. But as that water table drops, we're losing the effect of that. So we don't have the full effect of an 8-inch well going the full 1,400 feet depth that they drilled.
So did we discuss a retention pond, or do we have a retention pond for
We don't,
irrigation
we don't have a
elsewhere?
retention pond, but that's part of the discussions that we're having with this consultant about, how would we manage that and make sure we have enough supply to water. Because if you can't produce enough, then you're gonna be watering nonstop just to try to get cycled through all the zones. And that's where you get into retention ponds or storage tanks.
All right. I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10I as presented.
So moved.
Mr. Matthew Slayton, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Deffenbaugh, second. Any further discussion?
I just want to go back real quick, sorry.
Yes. No, that's further discussion.
I mean, 1 year versus 5 year, I just want to, and it sounds like you're going to get some more information. Like, I just don't want to be sitting here, I mean, for these guys to be sitting here next year and replacing the 1 year motor because it's not the motor that's the problem. It's because we're drawing up so much crud into that and ruining it.
Which aquifer are we in?
Well, the motor should not be getting the crud in it. That would be a pump. So we're not planning to replace the pump this time. So that's what would damage the pump or the meter. They're showing a short is what they're showing effectively in the motor. So it's an electrical issue.
So it does sound like it's a mechanical issue
So we have
in
to-
the motor itself, not.
Yes, at this point, with the tests that they're able to do with it in the ground.
Didn't we have that last time, or with another pump, that it was a short?
Mhm. Basically, it was the same thing that they said when we replaced it last time.
But
Now,
is
it had been we had not operated it for much of the Phase 2 construction timeline. Not that it makes this any better, but there was a couple of years where we really weren't even trying to use it, so we don't really know had it already gone bad at some time prior, so.
Maybe this time when we pay for it, we click the extended warranty button.
If they have one, they don't offer it.
Buy it from Walmart, I guarantee it'll pop up.
$7.99 for 3 years.
Yeah.
There you go. Is this a different brand?
I will check. I don't believe it is, but it could be. We did talk about 2 different brands, and I'm not sure.
Okay.
So you're still working on
Still working on some of the details.
some of the details.
We're just doing it.
It
not
won't
to-
affect the cost.
Not to exceed price.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't give me the manufacturer on the quote.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Chief, do you want to present this, or you want Dr. Wright to?
Good evening, folks. Good to see you all. I'm requesting the district approve for the national adoption for the National Incident Management Program. The National Incident Management Program is a guide that guides all levels of non-government and governmental organizations and the private sector to work together to prevent and protect against and mitigate, respond to incidents abroad. Basically, it's a stakeholder system that's a comprehensive nationwide system and systematic approach to incident management. That's the Reader's Digest version of it, but it does have a set of concepts for threats, hazards, mitigations. It's scalable and flexible. It's basically what our first responders use in the event of emergency or incident action plan that we would need here for the district.
Is this the same playbook that Flower Mound, North Lake, Denton, all of us would have?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions for Chief? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10J as presented.
So moved.
Mr. Matthew Slayton, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Westrom got that one.
Okay.
Second.
Thank
Any
you,
further
Board.
discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the time is 10:07 PM. We are going to adjourn to executive session. No action will be taken when we come back. Y'all have a good evening.